you can go ahead.
Thank you. I hereby reconvene the Santa Ana City Council meeting to order. Madam Clerk, please conduct the roll call.
This meeting is taking place with in-person attendance and by teleconference via Zoom. The public may access the meeting via the Santa Ana YouTube channel or the city's website. Please bear with us as the technology may disrupt the flow of the meeting. This is a meeting to conduct the business of the city. There is an opportunity to call for a recess or break, or even to clear the meeting room if a meeting becomes too disruptive to properly conduct business. Warnings will be provided prior to any action being taken. We appreciate your cooperation. For everyone's safety, per the fire marshal, please do not stand or place objects in the aisles, in front of the dais, along the back wall of the council chamber, or in front of entrances and exits. During city council presentations, guests of individuals being recognized are invited to come to the front to take photos. For roll call, Councilmember Becerra.
Here.
Councilmember Hernandez.
Present.
Councilmember Lopez. Councilmember Peñalosa.
Here.
Councilmember Fan.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez.
Present.
Mayor Mesqua.
Present.
6 members present. That is a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Before we proceed to the Pledge of Allegiance, please make an announcement.
For members of the public on Zoom or teleconference to request to speak during public comments on agenda or non-agenda items within the city's jurisdiction, you must dial *9 from your phone or click the button labeled Raise Hand Now to be in the speaker queue once public comments commence. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, we're going to do the Pledge of Allegiance. Nabil, would you come up and lead us on the pledge, please?
Please place your right hand on your heart and repeat after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nabil. We appreciate it. Words of inspiration will be provided by Pastor Angie Aparicio. Please come to the podium.
Translating for her, so.
Buenas noches a todos.
Good evening, everyone.
Estamos aquí como representando la organización Inspira Internacional. Somos una non-profit.
We're here representing Inspira. It's a ministry, it's a nonprofit based here in Santa Ana.
Y nuestra misión es dar alimento físico a la comunidad, pero también orar por sus necesidades.
And our mission is to provide physical food for our community, but also to provide prayer for them, for their needs.
Yo no encuentro el versículo. Queremos decirles a todos ustedes que parte de nuestra misión es orar por nuestros gobernantes.
Part of our mission is to pray for our governors. I'm going to read it to you in English. It's 1 Timothy 2, 1 through 2. It says, I urge you first of all to pray for all people. Ask God to help them, intercede on their behalf, and give thanks for them. Pray this way for kings and all who are in authority so that we can live peacefully and quiet lives marked by godliness and dignity. And that's what we want to do today.
Vamos a pedirle a Dios en este día no solamente por nuestros gobernantes, sino también para toda nuestra comunidad.
We're going to be praying for or offering words of encouragement for our governors, but also for our community.
Lo más importante es estar todos en unidad para poder ponernos de acuerdo y ser de bendición, sobre todo para nuestra ciudad de Santa Ana.
And the most important thing is for us to be in unity and for us to come into agreement so that we can be a benefit and a blessing for Santa Ana.
Amén. Padre, oramos en este día por cada familia, Señor, que está aquí representada, Señor amado. En el nombre de Jesús, pedimos que tu Espíritu Santo nos guíe, nos lleve a una unidad, a un acuerdo, porque tu palabra dice que si dos se ponen de acuerdo en tu nombre, tú vas a estar en medio de nosotros.
Yes, we come before you, God, and we pray for you to bring unity to this meeting. We also pray for our Mayor Mesqua and all of the council members, for you to give them wisdom, also from you to make the right choices and the best choices for Santa Ana and all of its residents. And
También, como dice el Salmo 91, que Él va a enviar a sus ángeles para que nos cuiden, nos libren y que ponga ángeles alrededor de nuestra ciudad, de nuestras escuelas y de cada vecindario. En el nombre de Jesús, creemos que tú envías tu paz a esta comunidad. Amén.
And we also pray according to Psalm 91, where it says that you will give your angels charge over our city, and we pray for you to bring that protection for our city and every school and family here. In Jesus' name we pray, amen.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, are there any additions or deletions to the City Council agenda?
Yes, Mayor and City Council, there is one. Item number 9, agreements for the ERP software and services has been removed by staff and will be brought forward to you at a later date.
Thank you. The first presentation is mine. It's a proclamation for proclaiming July as the Parks and Rec month. Come on up, please, everybody. Thank you. Everybody in? Hawk? Good? Everybody looks so nice. Wow. Mr. City Manager, these are all your staff. Look at them. All right? Let's give them a round of applause, please. Hawk would be the only one that's going to start dancing when he's up here. I just know it. Him and Carl Benninger have a special relationship. Today it is my honor to recognize July of 2025 as Parks and Rec Month here in the city of Santa Ana. This year's theme, Build Together, Play Together, truly captures the spirit of community we strive to foster through our parks and recreation programs. Parks and recreation play a critical role in promoting physical, emotional, and mental health, whether through organized sports, fitness classes, or simply enjoying time outdoors. These activities support wellness for individuals of all ages. And I love that because our seniors down to our babies. Beyond health, parks and recreation contribute significantly to our local economy. They attract new businesses, create jobs, boost tourism, and drive community revitalization. Investing in these spaces means investing in the prosperity of Santa Ana. Our parks are more than green spaces. They are places where memories are made and communities come together. Through dynamic programs and events, we engage residents, celebrate diversity, and promote inclusion. Parks foster social connections and ensure everyone has access to a welcoming and safe environment. Parks and recreation also support lifelong learning and human development. From youth to seniors, programs encourage intellectual, physical, emotional, and social growth for all abilities. Santa Ana is proud to have taken important steps with our historic parks master plan and our zoo master plan. Yes, I'm waiting for the otters. I can't wait. Reflecting our commitment to preserving and enhancing these treasured community assets. These plans help us provide facilities and services that celebrate our unique culture, heritage, and community identity. On behalf of the City Council, I proudly declare July 2025 as Park and Recreation Month here in the city of Santa Ana. Let us celebrate the vital role Park and Rec professionals play in building a healthier, more connected, and vibrant community. So I personally want to thank each and every one of you for everything that you do, whether it was the tiles, the zoo, the parks, the movies, the seniors, everything that you guys do, because I've gone to so many different events, and I see you all out there. And you work the weekends, and you work the evenings, and the youth commissioners. How many of you are youth commissioners up here? Raise your hand. I want to see how many. That's right. Okay. And so I just want to really thank all of you. And so in honor of that, the City of Santa Ana has a proclamation recognizing July 2025 as Parks and Recreation Month, building together. I like build together and play together. And it is signed by myself and the entire City Council. So thank you all very, very, very much. I really appreciate it. Who would like to speak on your behalf? Should I look at Hawk, or who's going to speak?
Anyways, hello, Santa Ana. Once again, just who's up here today is your Santa Ana Parks and Recreation, your Santa Ana Zoo team, your athletics team, your seniors team, your community engagement team. Every one of our divisions, as well as our parks commissioners are here, our youth commissioners here. So on behalf of the City Council, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, city staff, and most importantly, you, the public of Santa Ana, thank you so much for all the love and all the support you continue to show us. Thank you.
All right, is there anybody else who wants to speak? One of our youth commissioners. Oh, Ethan, come and tell us. Come and tell us, Ethan, about the zoo. I want to hear all about the zoo, especially the butterflies.
Okay. Well, thank you.
He has to raise it,
I'm also
sorry.
taller. Well, it's always a great honor to come in, recognize Parks and Recreation Month. Appreciate being here, and lots of great things to come at the different facilities in the future. So thank you.
What about the butterflies?
And if we have the butterflies at the zoo right now for the spring and summer, and then extended hours. And then we also have extended hours through.
Sell beer.
We do sell beer now, and yeah. So.
Can we go?
Yep, I'm good. Thank you.
Sorry. All right, what are you commissioner?
Alrighty. Hello, everyone. My name is Emily. Ooh, how do I put this up? Yeah.
You need it up as well, I'm sorry.
Yeah. It's a beauty bean tall. All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Emily Parra Diaz. I am, well, now technically your former Ward 2 Youth Commissioner, and I want to start off by saying that it truly has been such an honor serving as this position, but it honestly would have not been possible without the community that brought me to this moment. And I don't just say that as in like, just because, yeah, community. No, I say it because there truly has been a lot of people in Santa Ana quien me han ayudado a mí, and have truly impacted like just simply the trajectory of my life, such as through my education. And I want to give this message to all the youth here in Santa Ana. I know that with everything going on, such as with ICE and all of that, o sea, sí hace que dé miedo to us youth because our future, it feels uncertain. But I want to give this message as also someone who is a youth that please do not give up in your education. It is your most powerful resource ever because with your learning, that equals power, and most importantly, power creates change. So please, if you're in high school, in college, etc., please do not give up. We need you. And I say that as one of your peers. So thank you.
Thank you, Parks and Recs. Thank you, Emily. We'll miss you on Youth Commission. Thank you, Emily, for your work. Can I get Chicanxs Unidxs up here, please? I'm so inspired right now. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Today is my great honor to present this recognition on behalf of the city of Santa Ana to an organization that has fundamentally shaped our city's fight for justice, Chicanxs Unidxs. Founded in 2006 by a visionary group of local activists, including Susan Lubano. Hey, Susan. Veronica Garza Garcia, Gilbert Garcia, Alberto Martinez, and Albert and Frank Castillo. Chicanxs Unidxs emerged out of the spirit and legacy of the Chicano movement. From the beginning, they chose to stay grassroots. No nonprofit status, no compromise, just real, uncompromising community work. They began in the Logan and Lacey neighborhoods, organizing against displacement from the so-called Renaissance Plan. Whether at Chepas Park or through the Sacred Coalition, they modeled what resistance looks like when it's rooted in community. In 2009, when the OC District Attorney filed a gang injunction in the city of Orange, Chicanxs Unidxs took action. They exposed illegal tactics, partnered with legal allies, and eventually helped secure ruling from the Ninth Circuit Court that protected due process rights. Over 18 years, they became the strongest voice in Orange County against the criminalization of youth. They held forums, supported families, trained young leaders, and stood firm even when few others would. They shaped the next generation of movement leaders like Carolyn Torres and Gabby Hernandez. And now we have a new generation, people who carry the torch of both experience and vision. Their victories didn't just happen in court, they happened in culture, in neighborhoods, in the lives of youth who were defended and believed in. In 2024, thanks to the persistence of organizing, the OCDA agreed to dissolve all 13 gang injunctions in Orange County. It was a monumental victory, nearly 2 decades in the making. Chicanxs Unidxs reminds us justice is not granted, it is built from the ground up. Their model blends legal power, cultural defense, and racial love for the barrio. They dare to challenge over-policing, question unjust power, and protect the dignity of our communities. Today, we honor not just their voices, but their vision, their courage, and their deep love of the people. On behalf of the city of Santa Ana, thank you. We honor your legacy. Adelante siempre.
This is such an honor to be up here. Often organizations like ours do not get recognized. Our work goes unnoticed, but we value it and we see the tremendous impact that this change has made. You see it with people represented here, and on to our left, generations of youth that no longer have to be included in the gang injunction. Thank you, City Council. Thank you, City Council Member Vasquez, for recognizing this very important win and for being part of this effort. all these years, you are a true servant to your community. Protecting civil rights and due process should always be front and center for all of us. Allowing people to be arrested based on their race, how they look, where they live, who they associate with, should be illegal. If we face criminal consequences for these policies, we have the fundamental human right to due process, meaning legal proceedings. Right now, we are witnessing the opposite of due process. People are being kidnapped from our streets, taken into detention centers, held against their will without legal proceedings. This practice didn't start recently. It's been a part of Santa Ana history. In 2006, the Santa Ana City Council members, Santa Ana Police Department, and the Orange County District Attorney decided to place 134 people on the first gang injunction in Orange County, which resulted in permanent life, probation, and parole. Because gang injunctions are civil matters, defendants were not provided with an attorney. Outdated, exaggerated evidence was used in headlines and in court to support these measures. 13 gang injunctions were imposed throughout Orange County that included hundreds of people. All of the gang injunctions were imposed on low-income communities of color. Although OC has multiple documented white gangs, injunctions have never been imposed on them. Being placed on the injunction subjected them to restrictions, which included hanging out with certain people like family members or siblings. It meant you couldn't be out after 10 p.m. to 6 a.m., even if you were 30 years old. You couldn't wear certain colors or logos. If you did, you were sentenced to 6 months in jail or fined for every violation. During our fight with the Townsend injunction, we met a 15-year-old girl who stands with us now, who's in her 20s. She was placed on the gang injunction, the Townsend gang injunction, with her 17-year-old brother. They were arrested multiple times for being out in public together, arrested and taken to juvenile hall. Their mother had to be cautious when leaving the house, and the mother is sitting here in the audience. These were Santa Ana School District students. Gang injunctions were sold as a solution for gang violence, a solution with limited evidence to prove its effectiveness, a solution with no way out. We met two brothers who had been placed on the injunction when they were teens. They were now adults. One of them went to trade school and had a family. The other one went to a university and was a bicyclist. He went all the way to Europe to compete. But they were on the injunction and still faced the consequences a decade later. We met them at a legal clinic where they asked to be removed. And us, along with our amazing, courageous pro bono attorney, Sean Garcia-Lays, were able to establish a path to get removed from an injunction. In 2011, we, alongside the ACLU, got the U.S. District Court to rule that the OCDA had to give alleged gang members due process rights. They were required to establish criteria to identify alleged gang members. This means that for 5 years, local law enforcement and the OCDA placed people on injunctions without having clear criteria and not offering them due process. We are a diverse organization that welcomes people who are invested in the freedom of others. We have people in our organization who were on gang injunctions and whose family were impacted by gang injunctions. We were able to mobilize families, community members, dozens of pro bono attorneys, paralegals, youth activists. Some of these leaders sit in the audience today. The most courageous are the people who challenged the inclusion on the gang injunction. The most courageous that I know, and why I committed 14 years of my life, was to the 15-year-old that is now in her 20s and now works with at-risk youth and is so committed to changing generations. We didn't have support from electeds in Santa Ana. They either supported the gang injunction or didn't want to take a stance because they didn't want to look soft on crime. It was more important to look good politically than to look out for residents. We need leaders to have moral foresight around issues regardless of how it impacts their political careers. You are in these positions to help and protect people, and that has to come before your political careers. When you stand up for people you don't deem valuable, when you don't stand up for people you don't deem valuable, you tell the government that it is allowable and can expand. The denial of process for anybody jeopardizes the denial of process for everybody. When you allow people to be othered in such a way, it never stays with just that group. The city of Santa Ana should reject any future policies that deny residents due process. So many people have passed during this process. We've had mothers pass, we've had youth pass, we've had some of our members pass. And we will continue to stay committed to community with these policies or other policies. Because our commitment will outlive any electeds or administration. Thank you. We love you, Santa Ana.
There it goes. Thank you. We, Chicanxs Unidxs, as an activist organization, have been around for over 18 years, specifically in our city of Santa Ana and all of our Orange County and all of Orange County. Some of us started many years ago as Chicano Moratorium of Orange County. We talked about some of many campaigns that we are involved with, along with other organizations in the community. I will talk about this organization or our committees. Our education committee has pushed to bring ethnic studies on our school district to understand who you are and how and why we got here, to know your heroes who look just like you and to embrace your culture, and mostly to love yourself for who you are. The other committee that we have is called it's our gentrification committee. We, along with other organizations and associates and community members, fought starting 17 years ago against the city of Santa Ana, wanting to build luxury condos so high that the Logan and Lacey area would never see the sun. We, 8 years ago, we joined DUSA, Tenants United Santa Ana, to stop the high rise of rent in our city. We lived and live in this horrible condition of our overcrowding apartments and motorhomes in order to pay the rent. All this was done to replace us and remove us from here. One of our Justice Committee campaigns was to remove all gang injunctions, not only in Santa Ana, but everywhere. We fought the police and the district attorney in the court system. We beat them in every level. They appealed from Superior Court, Federal, and 9th District Court of Appeals on the issue of due process, in which is very relevant today of watching migrants being kidnapped without due process. But because of the color of their skin, Vasquez versus Rukakis, our case along with the ACLU set precedents throughout California and other states. Gang injunctions basically remove your right of free movement outside your home, and at any age you were restricted of leaving your home after 10 p.m. It didn't matter your age. You could not get together with others and many other restrictions. All this because of the color of your skin, how you dress, and where you live. One of our last committees I will mention is where the elected politicians is doing harm to our community over power and money. We work to replace them, though we have helped elect very few that have gone to the dark side. Today we will see them gut the Police Oversight Commission, making the commission useless. We've seen them do nothing when our community is under attack. We are at a time in history where we will be asked, what did you do to protect our Santa Ana residents from abuse by the ICE, military, and police? What will your answer be? I'm asking, join an organization or start one. Nothing is ever given, Someone or some group has fought for us, just like you all are doing tonight. In behalf of Chicanxs Unidxs, I want to thank you for this. Afuera con el Mayor Latina Trump, and Chicana and Chicano power and power to the people. Hasta la victoria siempre. Thank you.
So the next presentation is Councilman Becerra. I'm sure Councilmember Becerra will not let this become a political action, and thank you so much, Councilman Becerra, for your professionalism. And this will be recognizing Orange County Fire Authority's best and bravest for outstanding contributions to the community. Can we have the fire department come up, please? Thank you.
Well, I hope everybody can agree that when it comes to our life-saving personnel, it's not a political issue, right? There we go. There we go. All right, so good evening, everyone. So tonight, we are recognizing the Orange County Fire Authority firefighters and personnel who were recently honored at OCFA's Best and Bravest Award ceremony. I am proud of the courage, compassion, and commitment that the OCFA personnel have, especially those who serve here in Santa Ana. The Best and Bravest celebrate those who raise the bar just a bit higher this year. The Best and Bravest recognize not only their exceptional skills, but also their unwavering courage and selflessness in the face of danger. Day in and day out, these firefighters put their lives on the line to protect our community, often prioritizing the safety of others above their own. Their heroic efforts extend beyond the call of duty, reflecting a deep commitment to the well-being and safety of the people here in Santa Ana. We offer our heartfelt gratitude to these firefighters for their exemplary service and dedication. These certificates of recognition on behalf of the Santa Ana City Council are another opportunity for us to reaffirm our appreciation of their professionalism, bravery, and unwavering integrity. So if you would please join me in recognizing our distinguished honorees who truly embody the spirit of bravery and selflessness. So we have Battalion Chief Chris Sotra. Chris? Next up, we have our Santiago fundraising team. They were the unsung hero winner this year. Guys, come on up. So, and this is Nicholas Nieheiser, who was a part of that team, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, awesome. Congratulations. Awesome. Let's give these guys one more round of applause.
All right, Councilmember Fan, let's do it. We are honoring Nabil Saba in recognition of his retirement. 25 years.
You guys, this is gonna be a long one, so just get ready. I'm so excited. He really didn't want us to recognize him, but I was like, no, yeah, we're doing this. I don't care what you want because you're leaving anyway. What? He's abandoning me. Hi, everyone. My name is Tyviet Fan. I represent Ward 1. I have a soft spot in my heart for public works. They know that. I'm sorry, Parks and Rec, but, you know, I mean, he's getting me money for Euclid. So, all right, well, what are we doing here? Well, I thought we were just going to do a certificate of recognition, but it's a whole proclamation recognizing Director Nabil Saba, Director of Public Works, for his incredible 25 years of service to the city of Santa Ana. All right, so I'm first going to read some of the ChatGPT speaking points. So Nabil started his career in the city of Santa Ana approximately 25 years ago, and that was only, that's apparently 1999. Yes. Okay, but that was only 5 years ago in my book, so I'm not ready to retire yet. And so what has he been doing? Well, he's the executive director of Public Works Agency, but that's not where he started. He started in water, right? Yeah, that's right, water department. They have to cheer because they're over at the yard. They never get to be here. But he worked his way up. He made his way here. And, you know, now I guess he's trying to leave us. But that's okay. Because in the time that he's been here in the city of Santa Ana, what has he done? So I'm going to read this. He secured over $50 million in active transportation grants to create a more connected and walkable Santa Ana. That's right. Executing a $70 million citywide solid waste services contract that modernized our waste management systems. Facilitating the transfer of over $23 million in sewer assets from the Orange County Sanitation District, bringing critical infrastructure under local control. And leading the modernization of the city's municipal fleet to promote sustainability and environmental responsibility. He's also done stuff like champion the Parks Master Plan, new parks, yay. Santa Anita. And working with Parks and Rec, of course, because Public Works works with all the departments, but upgraded play fields, and of course, he also helped deliver revived Santa Ana capital improvements. And, you know, he did a lot of really great stuff, yeah. But I guess I wanted to share some personal things about Nabil, because I like to think that he and I had a special relationship. Because what you might not know about Director Saba is that he too is an immigrant. Yes. So we connected a lot about this. Director Saba is an immigrant who came here when he was 17 from Gaza. He's a Palestinian from Gaza. And coming to America as a young, wide-eyed, I guess teenager, he ended up here in Santa Ana, like me. And so, I mean, he just wants to be me, really. But Director Saba landed in Santa Ana, lived with his uncle who, surprise, owned a liquor store. It's kind of stereotype, right? I mean, he is an engineer too, okay, guys? And he went to Santa Ana College, right here in the city of Santa Ana, went to Santa Ana College. And although he did work for the state for 10 years, we won't mention that, it's not important. He came here to the city of Santa Ana and has been here ever since. He worked his way up. And I know that Nabil cares deeply for the city of Santa Ana. So, a couple things. First, he did not know this, and actually I don't think any of the staff knew. At about 1:30 this morning, I kind of freaked out about this presentation and creepily found his children on the internet. And I like to mention that they are wonderful, wonderful people. First, I need to thank his wife, Mervit. His children, Dina, who's a doctor, rude. Joseph, who's also a doctor, also rude. And Mark, who's an engineering student, civil engineer. You got one of them. Yep. All right. And so I wasn't able to get a hold of Dina, I think because she's like doctoring and really important. But I did talk to Joseph on the internet. And I asked him to share some stories about his dad relating to Santa Ana. Yeah, I know, right? That's right. I know how to creep. And so Joseph went to UCLA. Hey, that's my alma mater. Sorry, Phil. And he said that he and his friends would carpool from UCLA back down to Orange County, and they would get dropped off at South Coast Plaza. And so his dad, Nabil, obviously, would pick him up at South Coast Plaza. But instead of taking the freeway like any normal person back to wherever they live, all fancy like Placentia, really far, we don't talk about North County, he would take Bristol. I think he was trying to visit David, you know? He'd take Bristol all the way up through Santa Ana because he's weird, but also because he wanted to check in on the streets. This guy was dedicated. And he wanted to see if he can call anything in. According to Joseph, I can neither confirm nor deny if this is true, that one night, Nabil saw a fire hydrant overflowing and he called it in. He didn't really care about his spending time with his son, but it was really important to check on public works. So Joseph said that's how he knew that his dad really cared for the city. And apparently, and I'd like to know where this is, they also stopped by a food truck that had the best burrito Joseph had ever had. I hope it had a permit, Nabil. Thank you. Nabil said it did. Did he actually check? I do not know, but it's not your job. That was his job to confirm. And then I also got a hold of Mark, the youngest of the three. I think he's at Cal State Fullerton? Yes. Okay. All the Cal State Fullertons, these titans. There's so many of them everywhere. I did officiate a wedding for 2 Cal State Fullerton students, so all right, they're fine. And so I asked him to share a couple stories. One of his stories was during the middle of peak pandemic, 2020, last year, right? Couldn't have been that long ago, around Mother's Day. And it was like 3 or 4 a.m., and Mark, at this time, well, this was, I guess, 5 years ago, he was a child. Probably 12. And he was awake at 3 or 4 a.m., and he really shouldn't have. Come on, Nabil, be a better father. And then he hears Nabil walking down the hallway, all right? And according to Mark, he was an absolute terror. See, I told you, be a better father. And Mark, being 12, turned off the lights, but didn't turn off the TV because he was 12. Nabil walks over, and he sees the TV light because it's 3 or 4 in the morning. Lights are on. And Nabil starts grinning cheek to cheek. That's not how you discipline a 12-year-old. Because he realized, Mark was awake. And then Nabil says, well, they need me at work right now. And he went to work. And so Mark said that he believed that truly encapsulates how Nabil felt working for Santa Ana. And apparently he didn't even get mad at his 12-year-old son for being up at 3 or 4 in the morning. Don't let Mervet be the bad guy all the time. But what's even better than chastising or not chastising your 12-year-old at 3 or 4 in the morning is having your youngest son, Mark, be present here in Chambers to share some stories about you. And your dedication to the city of Santa Ana. So Mark, please come on down. Hi. And I'd like Mark to share one of the stories that we did discuss prior to this in a creepy Facebook Messenger chat. Very creepy. So why don't you share that story about Nabil's dedication to the city of Santa Ana?
Oh, yeah.
Make it clean. Okay.
So first things first, I do want to set the record clean. I was 15 in the other story, not 12.
Remember your children's birthday, Nabil.
Yeah. Come on. But the other story is, honestly, growing up, so he was water guy. In the public works, he was water. So I guess at one point, something had to do with the installation of lights on the water tower. So there were lights like going up on it all the time at night. And at like, he would come home from work, probably like 5, 6 p.m., and he would be like, guys, come on, let's get in the car. Like, okay, cool, we're gonna go for a drive. This is gonna be great. And the first place he would take us is down, I'm really bad at my freeways. I think it's the 5. Take us down the 5, and he'd just be like, look, the lights are on at the water tower. And he would just drive us around like 2, 3 times and be like, wow, like, look at the lights. Or like, every time he would post on Facebook, it was about the lights. His background on Facebook was the light. He loved these lights on that water tower with all his heart. And honestly, I think that passion is kind of what drove me to be an engineer, hoping I could be as passionate about something as he was about those lights. Like, he loved those lights so much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And to confirm Nabil's passion for these lights, I asked Joseph and Mark, share a couple of stories. Joseph's second story was about the freaking lights. And so, before I give you this wonderful proclamation, there's a couple other things, because, you know, you're leaving us forever. I'd like to share something that I learned recently. Here you go. Here, you can hold this. That I learned recently, that Director Saba is very supportive of his employees, right? Like, you know, he's really encouraging. He wants to make sure that the young interns, the newbies and whatnot, they can really get their stuff together, you know, do their job. And so I discovered a wonderful thing that he would tell people. He's like, you got this. You got this. Okay, let me go ahead and show you what it looks like.
Oh, you got this. What is Eddie? It's Eddie's office.
This is in someone's office. Now this is going in my office. Every time I feel like quitting, Director Saba says, you got this. Or I can give it to Mark. Here you go. And then finally, before we finish, I would like to invite up our Deputy Public Works Directors, Rudy, Caesar, and Mike, to help me out. So typically, we like to present our retirees with some wonderful little gifts before they go. And, well, I'd leave it up to the Deputy Directors to share what this is.
So, hello. Today we get to honor our fearless leader here, Nabil. We're sorry to see him go, but on behalf of the Santa Ana Public Works team, we get the special Public Works present, which he'll open.
Be surprised. And with that, the City of Santa Ana proudly shares this proclamation. Thank you, Director Nabil Saba, for your incredible dedication and your 25 years here with the City of Santa Ana. Thank you. Oh. I mean, y'all know I'm like a politician, so I keep talking, but I guess he should say something too.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Councilmember Fan. Thank you, Mayor, council members, EMT staff, really, and Hawk. Thank you. Thank you for the 25 years a wonderful time with the city of Santa Ana. As Councilmember Fan mentioned, I started as a assistant engineer with the water department, and all throughout the 25 years, I've had the pleasure to work with an outstanding group of employees dedicated to the city. I can tell you, city manager, that Public Works agency will move mountains for you, and I'm proud to be part of that team, and thank you very much.
You got this, Nabil.
So are we, oh, there's 4 of us, okay. So I just want to remind the council, please, that we need to maintain 4 of us up here at all times.
Yes, we do have a
Madam
quorum.
City Attorney, do you have anything to report out of closed session?
Mayor, council members, and members of the public, I do have reportable action for you this evening from our closed session.
You want to hold on 1 second so we can hear you? All right, I think we're good.
Okay. Mayor, council members, and members of the public, I do have reportable action for you this evening on 3 items. In the case of Santa Ana versus Orange County Association for Mental Health, MHA, the City Council voted 4-0 with council members Hernandez, Lopez, and Penalosa absent to enter into an agreement to resolve the lawsuit without any cost to the city. In the second case, the case of Arch Insurance Company versus City of Santa Ana, the City Council voted 4-0 with council members Hernandez, Lopez, and Penalosa absent to settle the case for $340,000. And then finally, with respect to the item of potential initiation of litigation, by a unanimous vote of 6-0 with Councilmember Lopez absent, the mayor and city council voted to join the City of Los Angeles, the County of Los Angeles, and 9 other cities who intervened on behalf of their residents in the Pedro Vasquez Perdomo lawsuit, where this past Friday, a federal judge issued 2 temporary restraining orders prohibiting the federal government, including the Department of Homeland Security, from continuing unlawful immigration enforcement actions. We'll be filing that motion for intervention tomorrow.
Thank you, Madam City Attorney. At this time, this is the time of the meeting for the City Council to receive comments from the public. Am I off bounds here? I want to do housing, so that we're good. You guys are good with me doing housing first? All right, Madam Clerk, let's go to the housing, please. Okay, we are recessing the city council meeting and convening to the Housing Authority meeting. I hereby call the Housing Authority meeting to order. Madam Secretary, please conduct the roll call.
Thank you, Mayor. Authority Member Becerra.
Here.
Authority Member Hernandez. Authority Member Lopez. Authority Member Peñalosa.
Present.
Authority Member Fan. Vice Chair Vasquez.
Present.
Chair Mesqua.
Present.
4 members present. That is a quorum.
Madam Secretary, do we have any speakers for these items within the Housing Authority agenda?
Within the Housing Authority agenda, no, we have no speakers, and we did not receive any emails related to Housing Authority.
Thank you. Does any authority member wish to make a motion and second to announce? Please announce your name and make a motion. Please cast your vote at this time. Have any comments? I'll make a motion.
Second.
Can you do a roll call, please, Madam Clerk?
Yes, this is a motion by Chairperson Mesqua, seconded by Vice Chair Vasquez, to approve Housing Authority consent calendar items 1 through 4. Authority Member Becerra.
Yes.
Authority Member Peñalosa.
Yes.
Vice Chair Vasquez.
Yes.
Chair Mesqua.
Yes.
Vote is 4 ayes, no nays. Motion carries. And Mayor, that concludes the consent calendar. If you'd like to attend to the business calendar of the Housing Authority.
Yes, the item number 5 is a proposed update to the Housing Choice Voucher Administrative Plan to comply with the Housing Opportunity through Modernization Act. Mr. City Manager, do you have a presentation? Does the council need one? Seeing a request for no presentation? Okay. Are there any questions or comments by authority members? Seeing none, can I get a motion and a second, please? I'll make a motion.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Motion by Chairperson Mesqua, seconded by Authority Member Becerra, to approve an update to the Housing Choice Voucher Administrative Plan to comply with the Housing Opportunity through Modernization Act. Authority Member Becerra.
Yes.
Authority Member Peñalosa.
Yes.
Vice Chair Vasquez.
Yes.
Chair Mesqua.
Yes.
Vote is 4 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
Thank you. The Housing Authority meeting is adjourned, and we reconvene to the City Council meeting. At this time, Madam Clerk, this is a time for the City Clerk Council to receive comments from the public on agenda and non-agenda items. Madam City Clerk, please explain the public comment procedures and call the first speakers.
Thank you, Mayor. Pursuant to Resolution Number 2025-004, speakers are requested to address the City Council directly and to refrain from profane language, racial epithets, and libelous or slanderous statements that disturb the decorum of the meeting. Pursuant to the Brown Act, the City Council may not enter into discussion at this time. Speakers will have 3 minutes for their comments. Before calling speakers, I'll report the summary of emails provided as of today at 2 p.m. We received a total of 20 e-comments. 5 of those were on non-agenda related topics, and 15 were related to item number 15. We will now hear from members of the public. Those comments were distributed to the City Council and posted online for public review. We will now hear from members of the public that are physically present in the council chamber, followed by those on the conference call or Zoom to provide their comments on agenda or non-agenda items only. Please state your name and the ward or neighborhood that you reside in for the record. I'll call names 3 at a time from the speaker cards. If you could please line up in the center aisle behind the podium when you hear your name. First 3 speakers: Quinn Tran, Jadalyn Verdine, Jadale V.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Quinn, and I'm a resident of Ward 5. Hi, Jonathan. I'm here to strongly oppose the proposed amendments to the Police Oversight Ordinance. These changes don't strengthen oversight. In fact, they dismantle it. Stripping independence and limiting authority signals that transparency is not a priority. Letting the police choose which cases are reviewed defeats the purpose of a civilian oversight. A commission without power isn't oversight, it's merely theater and optics. This is an affront to years of grassroots organizing that created this commission only to see it gutted before it even truly begins any real work. Public trust is on the line. I urge you to reject these changes and uphold a truly independent and effective commission. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Jadalyn Verdine, and
I appreciate this opportunity to speak today about the Police Oversight Commission. As a young person in Santa Ana, I want to say that many youth in our city are watching what's happening. We are looking for leadership that listens and cares about our future and stands up for what's right. Unfortunately, many of us feel that leadership has been lacking. Decisions are being made that affect our daily lives, but it also feels like our voices of the youth and the most impacted communities are not being taken seriously. We need the City Council to be bold. Oversight and taking accountability are not signs of weakness, they're signs of real leadership. A strong, independent police oversight commission with real power can start to rebuild trust that's been lost. Please show the youth of Santa Ana that you're willing to be a leader with courage and integrity. We are paying attention and we are listening. Thank you for your time.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Jada Lee Verdeen, and I'm a resident of Santa Ana. I'm here today to talk about the proposed change to our Police Oversight Commission. Growing up here, I've seen firsthand how officers interact with our community over the years. We waited a long time for this commission, hoping it would bring real transparency and build trust. It was supposed to be a community group, making sure police conduct was fair and right. But now it feels like they're trying to water down what the commission can actually do. If they can't investigate things independently and have to wait for police department to check themselves, that's not real oversight. It's like letting someone grade their own homework. It's just not fair. We need a commission with the real power to investigate problems, find out what happened, and suggest ways to make things better without being controlled by the police department itself. That's how we build trust and ensure everyone is treated fairly. Please don't let these changes weaken our Police Oversight Commission. Let's make it stronger so it can truly serve our community and ensure accountability for everyone. Thank you.
The next three speakers, Amalia Mejia, Jaime Fernandez, Joe S.
Hello, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Jaime Fernandez. I lived in Santa Ana for a very long time. As you can see, I work in the dental industry. I'm disgusted with the fact that a lot of dental patients do not get anything for free. At Community Care Dental Clinic, we've been providing for a long time free dental services like dental exams to the underprivileged, regardless of their immigration status. We have doctors who are UCLA professors. We have flexible hours. All of our staff is 100% bilingual. We help all of our patients apply for Medi-Cal and Denti-Cal. And we're just here to let you know that we're here to help out the community. And thank you very much.
Good evening, Council, Mayor, and Council members. My name is Amalia Mejia. I am a resident of Ward 4 and serve on the Police Oversight Commission. I'm here regarding item 15, the amendments to the ordinance. It is my understanding that this is the first reading and that there will be an opportunity for discussion and future edits and amendments. During your discussion and presentation, I would like to hear what specifically aligns with state law that is necessary to change. In other words, of the amendments of which are needed to be in accordance to which bill or penal code. As of now, the amendments generally reference Penal Code 832.5, 832.7, 832.8, and Evidence Code sections 1040-1043, but fail to detail which parts align with what section. SB 1421, authored by Senator Skinner, made amendments to the aforementioned codes. The bill in Section 1 clearly states the public has a right to know all about serious police misconduct, as well as about officer-involved shootings and other uses of force. Concealing crucial public safety matters, such as officer violations of civil rights or inquiries into deadly use of force incidents, undercuts the public faith in the legitimacy of law enforcement. We, as a public, have the right to understand your logic and rationale to the amendments, specifically the amendment changes to the ordinance in the following sections. Section 2-665B, 3 and 4, on the use of force in officer-involved shootings, you have changed it for the commission to review only after internal affairs. However, Penal Code 832.7 A and B state otherwise. Section A begins as except as provided in subdivision B. Then Section B states, Section 7932.600 of the Government Code or any other law, the following peace officer or custodial officer personnel records and records maintained by a state or local agency shall not be confidential and shall be made available for public inspection pursuant to the California Public Records Act. Nowhere does it state that we can only investigate after internal affairs has been reviewed. That seems to be your own interpretation on how to move forward with the ordinance, not to be in compliance with state law. In fact, the only section in which requires sustained findings by law enforcement agency is on the topic of sexual assault. Secondly, I find the changes to the training quite problematic, especially to attend all the academic training. I think that similar to concepts to like thinking like a lawyer, having such training can fundamentally change the independence of the oversight, specifically to changing the culture of think like a cop. We already have conservative folks in the commission. There's no question about that. Having these type of trainings will only further justify the reasoning of wrongful actions rather to being independent and non-biased. Last one issue in the commission is the lack of transparency on our agenda items. We have attempted to address this issue in the bylaws. However, I know I'm running out of time.
Amalia, your time is up. Joe S., followed by David Pulido and Vanessa Cerda.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Joe Saladino, and I'm a resident of Santa Ana, Ward 5. And I'm here to speak in strong opposition of item 15. At a time when mistrust in public institutions is an all-time high, a vote to amend the Police Oversight Commission from its original intent as an independent, community-led investigative committee is the wrong move and can only engender further divisions. We do not need ceremonial half measures or goodwill gestures, but true accountability rooted in transparency and respect. Transparency that was fought hard for and earned by community members in 2022 is now under threat here today. Aligning this commission with state law keeps us from addressing Santa Ana's unique needs, which is the last month and a half of ICE abductions in the city have shown is what this moment calls for. Residents are scared. The status quo isn't going to be enough. You have an opportunity today to begin to rebuild that trust, lead the way, and show our community and the world at large that Santa Ana won't shy away from those who seek to intimidate us. Please don't waste it and oppose item 15. Thank you.
Okay, my name is David Pulido. I'm a resident of Ward 5 and member of CSO's Police Accountability Committee. We're here to speak on item 15 and demand that City Council not pass the proposed amendments to weaken the Police Oversight Commission. This commission was established after years of organizing by groups like CHISPA, the ACLU, Chicanxs Unidxs, Underground Grit, I learned today, and many more. Crucially, it was made possible by the mass movement of the people when millions took to the streets in 2020 against racist police violence in the George Floyd rebellion. And because the racist structure of our society remains in place, we continue to see racist killings today, as you all know. The very idea of weakening this commission in any form should be out of the question. Going backwards is unacceptable when our police department brutalizes minors. On June 9th, police officers chased down and arrested 15-year-old Mario Diaz. Mario surrendered to police, but they beat him up anyway, breaking his ribs, collapsing a lung, and fracturing his eye socket. And I learned he also will require surgery in his cheek. Shame. According to his mother, the last thing Mario saw before falling unconscious was Luis Casillas. Casillas, the same officer who killed unarmed Noe Rodriguez on December 1st, 2024, by firing 18 bullets at an unarmed man. The same officer who shot Henry Gonzalez Jr. just 1 month later, despite the fact that his mother said Henry wanted to kill himself. All these incidents should be independently investigated by a fully powered commission. The commission should retain the power to make disciplinary recommendations to the police chief and the city manager. And one day we should be expanding its power, not weakening it, to include final say over discipline. We should decide what happens to killer cops. Any obstacles to our basic democratic rights and our demands should be swept aside. Going backwards is unacceptable when the Trump administration plans to unleash police on oppressed peoples and social movements. His executive order to unleash law enforcement threatens to threatens to use federal resources to aggressively police communities against all crimes, which in Santa Ana are mainly low-level offenses and crimes of economic desperation. It threatens to strengthen and expand legal protections for cops who already enjoy extra legal protections under the Peace Officer Bill of Rights, as we've seen in this whole discussion. Now is the time for City Council to stand on the right side of history and strengthen police oversight. So today we will learn where you stand. No to these amendments. Justice for Noé Rodriguez. Fire killer cops Luis Casillas and Isaac Ibarra.
The next three speakers, Vanessa Cerda, Kayla Asato, Isuri Ramos.
Hello, my name is Kayla Sato, former resident of Ward 3 and former employee in Ward 5. I just have to say that it is extremely alarming that right after we were able to get a head of the Oversight Commission to call the meetings to order, to be able to investigate anything, the first instinct is to start to weaken it. I am deeply disappointed that the whole idea behind all of this is to require commissioners to do ride-alongs, and most importantly, to only allow things through after the police have decided whether or not to investigate it. That is not oversight. That is the Trump administration saying we will hold ourselves accountable. Santa Ana is better than that, and we need to lead by example. We are trying to do our best for our immigrant communities. We are trying to do our best for victims of the gang injunctions, and I know that we need to do better for our residents by actually allowing a police oversight commission, an independent police oversight commission, and to actually take action for all of these issues. We can't just give things over to the police and say, oh, you police yourselves. That doesn't work. That has never worked anywhere in the country, and we need to do better. I expect better of the city. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Isuri Ramos. I am the Executive Director at CHISPA and here to provide public comment on item 15, the proposed amendments to the Police Oversight Ordinance. CHISPA is one of the key organizations that helped make this ordinance and the subsequent Police Oversight Commission a reality, and we have real concerns over the impact that proposed amendments would have if adopted. We worked closely with the City Attorney and Council to ensure every power was complying with state law and the Peace Officer Bill of Rights. If adopted as proposed, these amendments will gut critical oversight capabilities and take any true oversight power away from the Commission. These proposed amendments go against the spirit of the ordinance and against the community's demand for a strong, independent investigatory commission. We can't roll back these hard-won policies. I will briefly speak to 5 components of the ordinance that must remain intact to ensure it is not reduced to a purely symbolic policy. I urge each of you to please consider the following recommendations. 1, retain independent investigative authority. Do not eliminate the Commission's ability to conduct independent investigations. If capacity is a concern, we recommend a case triage system or a prioritization framework that gives priority to the most serious misconduct and use of force cases. 2, do not reduce the Commission to a body that reviews complaints after internal affairs investigations. The Commission must be able to consider all complaints, independent of the outcome of SAPD internal affairs investigations. 3, retain pathways for commission recommendations to go directly to the City Council. This will promote public trust and greater transparency. 4, maintain authority to make disciplinary recommendations. There is no reason to remove the Commission's ability to make recommendations in cases of substantiated misconduct. 5, require public transparency in annual reports. Annual reports must include data on all complaints received, their outcomes, and disciplinary recommendations issued by the Commission, as well as the City Manager or Police Chief's response to the Commission. I implore you to do the right thing tonight. Stand by your constituents that fought for true police oversight for decades. Preserve the spirit of the Police Oversight Ordinance and reject any amendments to remove its power. Thank you.
Next 3 speakers, Emma Gottfried, Matthew Compton, Vincent.
Hello, my name is Emma, and I'm a resident of Ward 4, and I'm here as a member of CSO, it's Police Accountability Committee. We're here to demand that the City Council does not pass the ordinance for amending the powers of the Police Oversight Commission. This commission was funded, this commission was created to promote transparency between the police department and our community, and this is a complete betrayal of that transparency, a complete betrayal of trust. And I want to speak a little bit on the role of the Oversight Director themselves. This Oversight Director was supposed to be authorized by the City Council to subpoena witnesses, compel the production of evidence, conduct independent investigations. This was supposed to be an independent commission, but this ordinance wants to change all of that, even down to the name. Like, it's no longer, you are proposing to change the name from Independent Oversight Director to Police Oversight Director. It's very transparent what you all are trying to do. And now this director really is only able to submit results of internal affairs investigations as their final part of this process. And that is not independent oversight in the slightest. So with these changes, they'll no longer be an independent body, just another PR tool for the police department. So we urge you as strongly as possible to not make these changes, to rethink these changes, to change these changes, because we as a community will not stand for these changes. Justice for Noe Rodriguez, fire Luis Casillas and Isaac Ibarra, and do not make these changes. Thank you.
Matthew Compton, Vincent, Erica Armenta.
Okay, good evening. My name is Matt. I'm here with CSO OC. I'm here to raise my concerns for item 15. This new ordinance will take away substantial power away from the Police Oversight Commission. The commission will only be able to investigate police misconduct after SAPD conducts their own investigation and after supporting evidence is found. This is troubling considering SAPD has a very long history of violence. For example, I will be quoting one of SAPD officers during a traffic stop. Officer Nicholas Cavendish said, and I quote, "If I ever catch you back in fucking Santa Ana, this body cam is gonna go in my car and I'm gonna fucking bash your brains in. Do you understand?" Shame.
So if you could just say the F word instead of using the actual word, please, because we got it.
I'm quoting one of the officers.
I understand, sir.
Okay, I am allowed to say it.
We actually had a complaint from community members that they're watching their children. So if you could just say F word, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay. Under what circumstances does a traffic stop require such language? Under what circumstances is it okay for a police officer to threaten someone's life? How can any of you on the department and the 3 of you on this council who support them sleep with yourself? You all should be ashamed. Officer Nicholas's comments are just one example of many violent incidents involving Santa Ana PD. Noe Rodriguez was killed on December 1st, 2024. Officers Luis Casillas and Isaac Ibarra shot Noe 29 times. Noe was unarmed and wasn't a threat to anyone. Luis Casillas and Isaac Ibarra then lied and said Noe was brandishing a shotgun at them. This is untrue, as Noe was standing still the entire time. This ordinance being proposed is going to stop the commission's power to hold officers like Nicholas, like Louise, like Isaac accountable for their actions. This is the same department that's supposed to protect our community, the same department that is threatening and taking people's lives. I urge all of you to vote no on item 15 and justice for Noe Rodriguez.
My name is Vincent, and I'm a lifelong resident of Santa Ana, and I live in Ward 3. I'm here as a member of CSO's Police Accountability Committee, and we are here to demand that the City Council not pass the ordinance for amending the powers of the Police Oversight Commission. The new ordinance would strip the Commission and Oversight Director of the power to independently investigate submitted issues. Instead, they would only review investigations by SAPD's Department of Internal Affairs after they have been completed. Additionally, the Commission cannot review certain complaints unless their findings have been sustained by the Department of Internal Affairs. These complaints include allegations of prejudice, discrimination, sexual assault, unlawful arrest or unlawful search, unreasonable or excessive force, in-custody deaths, and unlawful conduct that interferes with the First Amendment assemblies. These changes would destroy the Oversight Commission to independently investigate cases of police misconduct. All investigative authority would be in the hands of the police because they get to decide what findings are sustained. If the police could be trusted to investigate themselves, we wouldn't have created this commission in the first place. The proposed amendments revoke the independent oversight director's authority to investigate complaints, including compelling the production of evidence and the ability to subpoena witnesses. Instead, they will only be allowed to review SAPD internal affairs investigations, and only if they are sustained findings. Nothing in the state laws that police-funded councils members claim we are violating require this change. Section 1, Part D of this amendment literally states that the changes were produced in collaboration with the police department, who we know from experience cannot be trusted to investigate themselves. These changes are being considered in an election environment where the police union has become one of the city's largest spenders on campaigns. The benefactor of the police campaign is not the community it has vowed to protect, but select members of this city council. Mayor Valeria Mezcua, whose re-election campaign last year received nearly $100,000 from the police union. Phil Becerra, who received over $82,000 in support from the police union in his 22 city council campaign. We are witnessing quid pro quo. Fire killer cops Luis Casillas and Isaac Ibarra, justice for Noe Rodriguez.
Next 3 speakers, Erica Armenta, Abraham Quintana, Carl Benninger.
Buenas noches, me llamo Erika Armenta. Llevo viniendo meses a este ayuntamiento para exigir justicia para mi esposo y padre de mis hijas, Noé Rodríguez. Estaba desarmado y atravesaba una crisis de salud mental, pero los agentes Luis Casillas e Isaac Ibarra del Departamento de Policía de Santa Ana decidieron quitarle la vida, sin desescalar la situación. Hasta el día de hoy, estos agentes siguen patrullando nuestras calles y han estado involucrados en otros incidentes violentos. incluyendo una golpiza a un joven de 15 años, mi familia y yo exigimos que el ayuntamiento y el administrador municipal despidan inmediatamente a estos agentes del departamento sin pago. Queremos que se haga justicia en memoria de Noé. Para que eso suceda, también estamos aquí para exigirles que voten en contra de la enmienda al poder de la Comisión de Supervisión Policial. Una de mis hijas quería ser policía de esta ciudad, ahora le teme a la policía por lo que le hicieron a su padre y ya nunca podrán crecer con él. El departamento tampoco ha entregado ningún informe a mis abogados, así que hemos tenido que aprender del caso de Noé mediante la presión pública y la solicitud de registros. Desde el 1 de diciembre de 2024, cada día hemos luchado para exigir justicia para Noé. En un video recibido a través de una solicitud de registros públicos, los oficiales claramente fallaron al evaluar y desescalar la situación. 2 llamadas al 911 lo describieron como un hombre hispano, pero solo le dieron órdenes en inglés esa noche. Solo pasaron 30 segundos cuando el primer oficial paró el vehículo y le dispararon 29 veces a mi esposo. No demostraron restricción en usar fuerza letal contra un hombre desarmado y mintieron en su entrevista con el superior inmediatamente después. Exigimos justicia para Noé Rodríguez. También exigimos que ustedes voten no al cambio de poderes de la Comisión de Supervisión Policial. Las nuevas redacciones a la comisión solo permiten revisar las investigaciones de asuntos internos del SAP, en lugar de realizar una propia investigación independiente. Sabemos por experiencia que no se puede confiar en el departamento se investigue a sí mismo. En el caso del incidente de Culichi Town, la investigación de asuntos internos fue saboteada y retrasada intencionalmente. Hasta el día de hoy, el departamento no ha publicado un informe sobre el asesinato de Noé Rodríguez. Se excusan diciendo que está bajo la investigación del Departamento de Justicia y la Comisión de Supervisión no ha tenido la oportunidad de investigar su caso, pero estos cambios harán que tengamos que esperar aún más tiempo que se haga justicia. Como Consejo Municipal no deberían elegir entre servir al pueblo o servir a la policía. La respuesta es clara. Exigimos rendición de cuentas y justicia para Noé Rodríguez y que despidan a los oficiales asesinos Luis Casillas e Isaac Ibarra. Gracias.
Good evening, my name is Erika Armenta. I've been coming to the City Council meeting for months to demand justice for my husband and the father of my daughters, Noé Rodríguez. He was unarmed and going through a mental health crisis, but police officers Luis Casillas and Isaac Ibarra from the Santa Ana Police Department decided to take his life. To this date, the officers are still patrolling our streets and have been involved in other violent incidents, including the beating of a 15-year-old. My family and I demand that the City Council and the City Manager fire immediately these officers from the department without pay. We want justice to the memory of Noé, and for this to happen, we also are here to demand that you vote against the amendment to the power of the Police Oversight Commission. One of my daughters wanted to be a police officer in this city. Now she's afraid of the police because of what they did to his father, and she's never going to grow up with him by his side. The department has not given any reports to my attorneys, and we have to learn about Noé's case from public pressure and records request. From December 1st, 2024, every day we've fought to demand justice for Noé. In a video received through a public records request, the officers clearly failed to assess and de-escalate the situation. 2 911 calls, and Officer Ibarra described Noé as a Hispanic man, but only gave him commands in English that night. Just 30 seconds from the time that the officer stopped his Casillas stopped his vehicle, they shot my husband 29 times. They did not exercise restraint in using lethal force against an unarmed man lying in their interview with their superior immediately thereafter. We demand justice for Noé Rodríguez. We also demand that you vote no to the amendment to change the powers of the Police Oversight Commission. The new amendments to the commission allow only for reviewing the Santa Ana Police Department internal affairs investigations instead of realizing their own independent investigation. We know from experience that you cannot trust in that the department will investigate itself. In the case of Culichi, the incident of Culichi Town, an internal affairs investigation showed that the investigation was sabotaged and delayed intentionally. To this day, the department has not released a report regarding the murder of Noe Rodriguez, and the Oversight Commission has not had the opportunity to investigate its case, but these changes will force us to wait even longer for justice to be done. As the City Council, you should not choose between serving the people or serving the police. The answer is clear. We demand accountability and justice for Noe Rodriguez.
Good afternoon, City Council and staff and fellow Santaneros. My name is Abe. I'm from Ward 3. I'm a member of Community Service Organization and the Police Accountability Committee. And we're here to continue demanding that we're here to continue talking about these changes that are being proposed to the Police Oversight Commission. We're here to continue demanding that you say no to these changes, that you make sure that the commission has the powers that it needs to actually remain independent and to actually conduct independent investigations of Santa Ana police allegations of misconduct and officer-involved shootings. We're also here to continue demanding justice for Noe Rodriguez, who was killed while he was unarmed by two Santa Ana PD officers, Luis Casillas and Isaac Ibarra. They're still patrolling our streets. They're still out there right now. They're still harming people, as far as we know. They killed another man just a month after Noe. One of them beat up a 15-year-old. And quite frankly, some of you don't look like you're concerned about that at all. So it's very troubling to see this here. The Police Oversight Commission currently has the power to independently investigate complaints and make recommendations to the City Council and the Chief of Police when it comes to policy and discipline. We need to protect this. Without this, we can't make sure that police are going to be held accountable when they are found guilty of committing violence, when they are found guilty of killing unarmed people, when they are found guilty of beating up 15-year-olds and collapsing their lungs, making him lose vision in his eye. The changes being proposed will take away these powers, as well as the Commission's access to police department records. Why would we be taking away an independent commission's access to records, to police records, if we didn't want them to do their job? Why would we be taking that away if we want to make sure that police are being held accountable? All of these are critical to achieve their goal, the goal that we all set out to reach when we established this commission, to improve the transparency and accountability of the police department. As Erica mentioned earlier, you as a city council should not be debating between protecting the police or serving the people. Your job is to serve the people. It's not to protect killer cops. It's not to make sure that you're taking money from the Police Officers Association. It's not to make sure that these same killer cops can continue to patrol our streets every day while the family has been out here in most of the city council sessions since December 1st demanding justice for their husband and their father. It's shameful, really, that we're still having this debate, that we're still trying to protect killer cops. What else can I say in the next 30 seconds other than, there's a long history of violence with Santa Ana PD. We know that these officers are killers. We know that they beat people up. We know that they brutalize Santa Ana residents. And that's the point of the Police Oversight Commission. We need people to be comfortable coming forward and talking about these issues and being able to send these complaints without fear of retaliation, because people are afraid of retaliation. We hear that on the streets. We know people know that it's going to happen. And ultimately, it's up to you guys and up to us as a community to come together and make sure that the Oversight Commission has these powers, to make sure that the Oversight Commission can investigate these officers and hold them accountable for what they do. Justice for Noe Rodriguez.
Good evening, Carl, Council. Carl Venator from Ward 4. I sent each of you a letter this week because I think as an engineer, my job was to find long-term solutions. I've talked to you before about citizenship and the importance of citizenship. What I'd like you to do, rather than trying to tell ICE to get out, which we know they're going to be here for the next 3.5 years, we know they just got $1 billion. So why not push citizenship? We have Lou Correa, who's already, I've talked to him. I talked to him 2 years ago. Very supportive. If anyone serves in the military, that's a road to citizenship. I would like us to write a letter supporting that action. Also, anyone who's been here for 10, 20 years, proven to be a good citizen, That should be a road to citizenship on it. I think also that we should be pushing this. And I realize right now that our immigration laws need to be revamped. We had a presentation at the Police Commission about the U visa, and they realized that they only allowed 10,000 of those a year, and they have an 8-year backlog. It says 80,000 people have been brutalized, helped the police arrest the person that did it, and should be getting green cards. Why are we taking us so long to do this? I've helped people get citizenship in this country. It can be done. Don't listen to those that will tell you it cannot be done. It can be done. But we need to streamline the way it does it. We should be ending people in months, not years, on it. And it should be done quickly. And if you do the citizenship, you resolve issues like who gets a vote and who doesn't. And citizenship in this country means something. The laws of this country do mean something. On oversight, I'll say one thing. A lot of these changes that are being proposed was done by the city attorney. And so she explains why she's proposing these on it. I know someone mentioned Long Beach, and I have the pleasure in my Wednesday morning Bible studies, and I do pray for Santa Ana in those Bible studies, that our director was Long Beach Police. He was second in command for over 10 years. And I talked to them after our last Wednesday about the sessions and what they can do and what they can't do. And they have found their police oversight committee very helpful, very useful, following the state laws that I think our city attorney is proposing on it. So one thing I'll say, get your education. I paid for my own. I worked hard. It opened doors for me. And when I was 18, I knew everything. When I was 23, I graduated with my chemical engineering degree. I realized I knew nothing. So for the young people here, please open your eyes to what's happening. Thank you.
Next three speakers, Andrea Metza, Danielle Cano, Carlos Perea.
Thank you to the council. My name is Andrea Mesa, and I am a member of the CSO's Police Accountability Committee. We are here to demand the City Council not pass the ordinance for amending the powers of the Police Oversight Commission. Any ordinance that would strip an oversight commission whose point is to protect people from corruption, to strip them of power to independently investigate, is the definition of humanity losing its rights. Transparency will always be needed to keep our community safe. Transparency protects those who have experienced prejudice, discrimination, sexual assault, unlawful arrest or unlawful search, unreasonable or excessive force, in custody deaths, and unlawful conduct that interferes with First Amendment assemblies. With everything happening in this country, in our city, in every state, with being attacked for the color of your skin, First Amendment rights for protesting, when we have unarmed people like Noel Rodriguez being shot almost 30 times by police who are still on the force, it is at an all-time high. This is deplorable that this is even a discussion, that we're even here taking the time to ask you guys to please not even have this on the table. This morning, an article came out about SAPD Nicholas Cavendish, another name who's been hidden from the view, threatening to kill someone at a traffic stop. I will respect the community's preference to not use graphic language, I promise, but I will finish the exclamation from this officer. If I ever catch you back in Santa Ana, this body cam is going to go in my car and I'm going to bash your brains in. Do you understand? I'm going to put my gun in your face, and once you reach for your waistband, I'm going to, incomprehensible. I'll put your brains all over the sidewalk, and I'll call your mom. Without an oversight commission, who will protect everyday people, driving, walking, working? What does that mean for the public? What does that mean for our community, who is already experiencing so much fear for simply being us? As public servants, police who are public servants should be working in the community's best interests, not causing more uncertainty and fear, By allowing even the smallest chance of corruption, you are allowing distrust and violence to continue. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Danielle. I'm a volunteer with OC Rapid Response Network and CSO. But before I became a volunteer, I was a little girl. I lived in Pico Rivera that's where I grew up for most of the part. Sorry, I hate public speaking, but I'm here because this matters. When I was a little girl, I was in foster care, and I grew up in a house that experienced a lot of abuse, physical and drug abuse. And I loved the police. I mean, they would always come and they would save me. And whenever my dad was acting up, or there was somebody I could depend on, I loved them so much. I had their number memorized, or I'd even call him on my dad. I would even see him out in the streets, and I would ask for the autographs because they were superheroes to me for most of my childhood. And so what we're speaking about today is just so incredibly disappointing because, through my time as being a volunteer with OC Rapid Response and showing up as an ICE watcher, I've seen some of the things that police have done. And last week, I approached the scene where police arrived to an apartment complex and brutalized this elderly couple. They not only went into the wrong apartment complex, they didn't have a warrant. They went into the wrong apartment complex, and they brutalized this elderly couple, only to later realize that they were in the wrong place. And I don't understand why that happened or how often that happens, and I just know that if I wasn't an ICE watcher, I would have never known about it. And so it makes me wonder about the other things that you guys are maybe trying to hide from us. And I hate public speaking again, but I think this program is just so important because we need to hold police accountable, and we need to make sure that the good cops. I think there are good cops. I want to believe that, and so it breaks my heart to see when there's bad ones acting out of character because it ruins it for everybody. I was a little girl who grew up really admiring the police department and looking to them for safety. And so as an adult, it breaks my heart to know that these people are also perpetrators of violence within our communities. And, I think that's important to acknowledge that, we were all little kids. We all admired them at one point. And so our hearts are broken in seeing this happening to our communities. That's it. Thank you.
Carlos Perea, Dylan Thompson, Zuri.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Carlos Perea. I'm a Police Oversight Commissioner representing Councilmember Vasquez. First, I want to commend the Council for joining the lawsuit against the racial profiling of our community and aggressive tactics by ICE. I commend you for doing that. It's important that we joined that fight as being the city, one of the cities with the largest immigrant and refugee population. So thank you for that. With that said, I'm here to express my opposition again to the proposed amendments to the Police Oversight Ordinance. I want to highlight that the Commission wasn't engaged in this process. The commissioners have been receiving training for over a year and a half. We have been meeting to prepare ourselves to do the work that you appointed us to do. So I was very disappointed when the ad hoc was established and didn't consult the commission. We should be working together to strengthen the ordinance and the implementation, not weaken it. So with that said, the issue that I have, the main issue that I have with these changes is that it is not clear whether or not the commission can look into complaints that are not taken up by internal affairs. That significantly narrows down our scope of work. So if that can be cleared out, that will be very important. It is important that also we have the ability to review and provide feedback to the council to one of the largest contracts the city has with employees, and that is the Police Officers Association. Again, nothing in POBOR prohibits the city council to give that role to the commission. Also, these proposed amendments change the nature of the Police Oversight Commission from being an investigatory entity to just audit. I don't believe that was the spirit of this ordinance when you approved it, the majority of you here on the dais. And again, nothing in power prohibits local oversight bodies from having that power to investigate complaints. So again, this is something that I'm very concerned about. Please take this back to the commission. Let's have a true conversation on how we can work to improve it, not weaken it. We haven't even begun implementing it, so let us do our work.
Carlos,
Thank you.
your time is up.
Hi, my name is Zuri. I'm from Ward 2. I'm here to talk about the item number 15. I'm here to demand that you guys don't pass this ordinance. It's basically going to make it extremely easy for the police to commit violence against Santa Ana residents. And as the city council, you guys are put here to protect our interests, not the interests of the police. The original language authorizes the Police Oversight Director to launch independent investigations, subpoena witnesses, and compel the production of evidence. And in the proposed changes, all of that would be striked out, and it's just replaced with that they can just audit independent affairs investigation files for certain cases, such as officer-involved shooting and sexual assault, among other things, which, as we know, Santa Ana Police has problems with both of those things. Like Noé Rodriguez, he was an unarmed man, as you guys have all heard. Within 30 seconds of seeing him, Luis Casillas pulled out his gun and shot every single bullet in his gun. Only gave him 3 commands in English, even though he was clearly Hispanic. If he's not responding to that, why didn't they try to speak to him in Spanish? And then his partner goes and shoots him 11 more times. 3 of those bullets were as he was falling to the ground. So there was no need for that. 29 shots at an unarmed man who was standing motionless. Like, is that not excessive? Why has it been 7 months and nothing has been done about it? Why are they both still on the force? Why is Luis Casillas still committing crimes against Santa Ana residents? A month later, he killed another man, and recently he beat up a 15-year-old kid, broke one of his ribs, collapsed his lung, and broke his orbital bone. So clearly, the police cannot police itself. So that's why we need this Police Oversight Commission, and we can't be stripping away the powers of the Police Oversight Commission. Because, like, okay, I'm gonna talk to you guys, like, if you say that you believe in God, right, Mayor Mesqua? If you guys believe in God, you should know that God is the all-knowing, He's the all-powerful, and He's watching you. He's watching everything that you're doing. And you're gonna have to answer to Him on the day of judgment. You're gonna have to tell Him, I, as the mayor of Santa Ana, propose these changes to strip the power of the Police Oversight Commission to make it easy for the cops to commit violence against our residents of Santa Ana, to be able to kill them, and to be able to sexually assault little girls, 15-year-old girls that were assaulted in Caliche Town, without any consequences, without them having to face any type of disciplinary actions. Yeah, you should be ashamed of yourself.
Good evening, Council, Mayor. I'm here to speak against item 15. A lot of people have given great reasons. I really want to piggyback on what the first commissioner was saying. This feels like a Trojan horse of an ordinance or an amendment because it's saying it'll align with state law and enhance transparency, improve operational efficiency, and best practices in law enforcement accountability. But exactly which part of gutting the investigatory powers does that? Which category bucket does that fall in? kind of vaguely, if you read the report, it vaguely like alludes to clarifying roles and responsibility, prevent the duplication of efforts, increase operational efficiency. But this isn't about operational efficiency. We always knew they investigate themselves. So when we passed this originally, we knew that. If it would be even more efficient to just not do it at all. But that's not the point at hand here. We needed a new internal control, because to achieve the goals of this commission, what was it? It was written in the report. It said the purpose of the Police Oversight Commission is to enhance transparency, increase accountability, and police confidence in the Santa Ana Police Department. But you're not going to achieve that by passing this. So this needs a lot of work. There might be good things in here. If you want to align with state law, go rewrite this, add that stuff in, that's great. But why do you have to gut all the things? On each of those changes, they need to be justified why those are being made. It's not clear in the report. Thanks. Vote no.
The next three speakers, Adriana Alvarez, America Nahara, and Francisco Gomez.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. My name is Adriana Alvarez. I'm a resident of Ward 4, and I am here to speak on item 15. I urge you to please not pass the proposed ordinance amending the powers of the Police Oversight Commission. This ordinance would weaken one of our city's most important tools of accountability. The proposed changes, like many have mentioned, would limit the Commission's power to investigate, restrict what topics it can even look into, strip its ability to report on police policies and procedures directly to the City Council, make discussions of police misconduct and confidential, removing the transparency of our community demands, eliminate the independent Oversight Director, which undermines the integrity of the Commission, allows biased, non-independent training, and disguises a cover-up as compliance with state law. This is not what meaningful oversight looks like. This is not what Santa Ana residents ask for and need. We need strong, independent, transparent oversight, not a tokenized, silenced version of it. Please do not vote to pass this ordinance. Our community deserves better. Thank you.
Good evening, my name is America Nahara. I'm a longtime resident of Santa Ana, left for a couple of years to the IE, and have come back recently to Santa Ana, unfortunately to the same. The same thing, the disappointment, the anger that comes with living in a town where our people are used as ways of trying out new policies, like the gang injunctions that destroyed families, like policies and trainings of police departments used on our own people all the time. I come not with an organization, I come directly as a resident that has grown in this city, that has raised kids here, that has seen the violence that our people have been going through for decades, almost 2 decades as an organizer, and nothing has changed. Maybe the paces here up in front have changed. Although, Valerie, I've seen you since many years. I've even worked with your father in many things, and it's very disappointing to see that you continue to support the people that apparently put in a lot of money to put you where you are. So it's just another example of how good of an investment the police department and the union has put in, that we're here in this place for something, changes that completely disrupt the work that many have done for many years, to be able to give power to the people to hold the police department that is supposed to serve us accountable. I do not understand. I directly just want to know why. Why do you feel that these changes are necessary? If you want to have a good working city, if you want to hold people accountable, you support the police department of Mescua, what are you afraid of people finding? I mean, why is there no reason to really allow folks to hold bad conduct accountable? I don't understand why you would take that away. If we're going within structures that have been shown to work in other cities, nothing that's outside of what other cities have already been doing. Why are we taking away things that are going to allow us to hold people accountable? Think people that aren't doing their job right, people that are attacking youth on the streets, people that are killing our citizens. I mean, who do you represent? Or are you continue just to sit here como una hipócrita defendiendo a las personas que te pusieron ahí? O sea, no sé qué decirte. Again, it's disappointing. And I guess I'm just gonna have to get involved again because I can't live in a city and turn my eye away for the violence that's brought on to our citizens, to the youth, to the people that I've seen grow. They now have to be afraid to freaking be able to think, can I call the police? Are they gonna come in and help me? Or are they gonna take my family away? Are they gonna kill my family member because there's no one that's gonna hold them accountable?
My name is Francisco Gomez. Mayor, you are one blessing that my city has. I'm on your side on the positive decisions that you've made and the changes that you've done for this city. I thank you. There's certain things that are going on and there are difficult decisions that are made, but the positivity that you've done for this city, trust me, from the bottom of my heart, by the bottom of my family's heart, we thank you. Continue your positivity. Continue your hard work. The first female mayor of Santa Ana, you are a good person, and I know it. They can
Excuse
boo me, I
Mayor,
don't care.
May I pause you a second? May I pause you a second? I'd just like to remind members of the audience, and I haven't done this in a long time, you know, people come up to this podium to share how they feel, their opinions. And many of you came up this evening. I don't remember anyone booing you. I think it takes a lot of courage for anyone, whatever your voice is, whatever your message is. So could we please keep to our decorum and allow everyone to exercise that fundamental right to speak? Thank you.
That's fine, they can boo me. I can care less. The other thing too, I wish Jonathan was here. And if he can hear me in the back, this is the third week that he doesn't do the Pledge of Allegiance. And I apologize, I meant to take my hat off earlier. The Pledge of Allegiance means a lot. It means a lot to our service members, our police department, our fire department. It meant a lot to my mother when she first said it when she became a citizen. That was like for her, the most beautiful thing she ever did, because now her tears ran down her face when she said it for the first time. That means she was legal. That means she was able to go back and forth from the US to Mexico. It's an important thing. And hopefully, Jonathan, if you're back there, continue to do the Pledge of Allegiance for them. For the gardener that has 3 Marines that are service members, do the Pledge of Allegiance for him. I know it's very difficult for what's going on right now. Even I disagree with it. But the simple thing of the Pledge of Allegiance, it's very important for a lot of people and a lot of people's hopes and dreams. The reason why I'm here, I was born here, but my parents came here. When my dad did it too, it was tears down his eyes. It gave him that freedom to go back and forth. The chief of police, there's difficult things. I heard a lot. The only thing I can say positive is, may God bless you and all your men and women. I understand everybody has families and they want to go home at the end of the day. Hopefully they get to. There's difficult decisions when they're out on the field. It's a tough job. At the end of the day, they have families, and I understand that. And my wife's family went through something like that. And she understands, at the end of the day, they're human. They want to go home to their families. 5 seconds left. May God bless you. May God bless the city of Santa Ana. And
Francisco, your time is up.
Thank you very much.
Mayor and City Council, that concludes the public speakers that are present. We'll now begin with the Zoom speakers. Speakers on Zoom, when you're unmuted, please announce your name and the ward or neighborhood that you reside in within the city for the record. First speaker, Marlene Ortega. Marlene Ortega, please unmute. Next speaker whose phone number ends in 477. Caller 477, please unmute. Nina Jurek. Nina Jurek. Hi.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, great. Thank you. Nina Jurek, resident of Ward 5 for over 6 years. Thank you for allowing me to speak in front of you once again. I'd like to ride the wave that Mayor Mezcua made, proclaiming July to be the Parks and Recreation Month. Reason I'm here, you've seen me before. That's exactly what the residents of Washington Square are looking for, is a walkable park in our neighborhood. You've seen me speak and some of my neighbors for over 2 years now. Matter of fact, this summer marks the start of our 3rd year of expressing our vision, our desire to have that walkable park. Many city employees and officials have actually touched, seen, and reviewed some of the data of that vacant property for sale. We've got a willing seller. We have every desire, everything within our being as a community to build a gathering place. Gathering place to watch our children, a gathering place to meet with our neighbors, just a nice, relaxing environment. We're an environmental justice area, as you well know. Whatever we can do to work with city officials to help make that a reality, we are here for you. I know some work has been done. How could we push it along a little further? I can assure you of participation from Washington Square. So as the tagline was, build together, play together, that's what we'd like to do. Thank you for your time.
Next speaker, Tiffany Bailey.
Good evening. My name is Tiffany Bailey. I am the Deputy Project Director of the ACLU of Southern California's Criminal Justice and Police Practices Project. I am providing public comment on agenda item 15 concerning proposed amendments to the Police Oversight Commission. The ACLU of Southern California has reviewed the extensive proposed amendments to the ordinance, and I'm here to provide comment on some of our grave concerns about how these amendments will serve to only to eliminate critical oversight powers and transparency measures, changes that will surely result in a weakened commission that is unable to carry out its oversight functions. Of our many concerns, I wanted to raise 3. First, the amendments completely remove the independent investigations component of the ordinance, eliminating a critical component that community members asked for and which serves as a critical guardrail to ensure that the commission does not just merely rubber stamp the actions of law enforcement, but truly oversees their actions. Second, in a quite disturbing fashion, the confidentiality section now provides that civil or criminal penalties can be attached for any confidentiality breaches. This is unnecessary because there's already state laws governing disclosure of law enforcement personnel records in State Penal Code Section 832.7. Also, given what we've seen unfold in LA with the prosecution of Diana Taran, it's a dangerous precedent that will surely have a chilling effect on oversight. And finally, the amendments narrow the types of complaints that can be reviewed, as many folks have already given public comment on. For certain categories of misconduct like sexual assault and dishonesty, it only allows for commission review if SAPD's internal affairs has made a sustained finding of misconduct. This is deeply problematic because it practically means that egregious misconduct like sexually assaulting civilians is only reviewable if SAPD itself has already sustained that finding. That's not how oversight is supposed to work. The oversight body can't be limited to reviewing cases that the department has already sustained. I think this might be a mistake in importing of language from SB 16 into a context that simply does not work. In short, the community fought long and hard for this council to bring an effective oversight body to Santa Ana. And with the appointment of the recent Oversight Director, the city is on the precipice of actualizing the independent oversight and transparency goals detailed in the establishing ordinance. Now is not the time to make sweeping changes that will gut the commission's power. An oversight body that provides the appearance of community-focused transparency and accountability that it ultimately cannot and will not deliver is far worse than no oversight body at all. We urge the City Council to reject any proposed amendments. If the City Council is unwilling to do so at this time, we ask that the City Attorney prepare a detailed memo explaining precisely how these changes are necessary to abide by POBAR, as the staff report merely just cites to the entire statute. Without further explanation and analysis, to my eye, many of these changes are policy-based and they are bad policy. The community deserves and needs more information from the city to better understand the proposed changes. Thank you.
Marlene Ortega. Please unmute. Marlene.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Out of curiosity, it's gonna be me and my little sister speaking as well. She'll be speaking for the first time.
Hello?
Hello, please proceed with your public comments.
Yep. Hi, my name is Mary Ortega.
Yes, please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Maria Ortega. And I am 9 years old, belonging to Ward 4. My family and I are against. Hi, my name is Mary Ortega. When we're against Ordinance 15, the people of Santa Ana are scared and
vulnerable with what's going on right now with the current immigration raids. And so we can understand that police cannot really do anything with like federal coming into the community, but it'd be really important for us if we could not go with Ordinance 15 because it is very much weakening the public trust for sure. And we really do need this oversight so we can hold them accountable. Thank you.
Caller whose number ends in 477. Please unmute.
Yeah, this is Dale Helbig, a 35-year resident of Ward 3. Sorry I couldn't be there tonight, but I have a few medical issues that I'm dealing with. And I would just like to say that I appreciated the comments from Tyvent Sam concerning Nabil. I appreciate the service that he's provided to the community. He's always provided me support, directed me to the right people, and he'll be missed. And I'd also like to thank Carl's remarks. I appreciate it. And I also appreciate his service for Comlink president over the years. Thank you and have a good night.
Mayor and City Council, that concludes the speakers that were in the queue when we began.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're going to go to the consent calendar now. Items 5 through 14 are before us. Council members, please announce any items you will be abstaining from due to conflict, or if there are any items you'd like to pull. Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Vasquez. I'm sorry, Councilmember Penalosa. Apologize.
No items to pull, Mayor.
Councilmember Fan.
Just a noted recusal on item 12, as Olive Crest is a pro bono client of my employer, Rattan & Tucker. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Becerra.
I was going to pull item 12, but I guess not now. Joking, I'm joking. Go ahead. Nothing to pull.
Councilman Hernandez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Make a motion to move the consent calendar with a brief comment on item 12.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just wanted to share.
I'll second this motion. Sorry, Councilman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Peñalosa. Just want to share a brief comment before we take the vote. Item 12 is a density bonus agreement to facilitate the construction of a 15-unit multifamily residential development. The organization Olive Crest has been a partner to the county and to the city for many years. Olive Crest is an organization that focuses on family reunification and foster services. They're a well-established organization, and I just want to commend all of my colleagues here for supporting them. Thank you. That'll conclude my comments, Madam Mayor.
All right, let's go to the vote, please. Please vote. If you need to, Madam Clerk, do a roll call. Thank you.
The vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries with a noted 6 ayes. Thank you. 6 ayes, no nays, with the recorded absence by Councilmember Lopez and a noted recusal on item number 12 by Councilmember Fan. Motion carries. That concludes the consent calendar as no items were pulled.
Thank you. At this time, we are going to go to the business calendar. Item number 15, Police Oversight Commission Ordinance Amendment. Mr. City Manager, may we please have the staff presentation?
Yes, Deputy City Manager Silvia Vasquez with the presentation.
Thank you.
Good evening. Good evening, members of the City Council. Tonight we are presenting the first reading of an ordinance amending Article 4 to Chapter 2 of the Santa Ana Municipal Code, specifically relating to the Police Oversight Commission. While the Commission was established in 2022, during the last year we've seen important progress in advancing transparency and accountability in policing as the Oversight Commission has become operational and the appointment of the Oversight Director's contract was approved during the last City Council meeting. It is important to recognize that you have two options before you. One, keep the current ordinance, or two, adopt the recommended policy changes. These amendments of the ordinance are a result of a collaboration between the City Manager's Office, the City Attorney's Office, the Santa Ana Police Department, and the Police Oversight Ad Hoc Committee comprised of Mayor Mezcua, Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez, Councilmember Becerra, which determined that the following updates to the ordinance were necessary to maintain the intention of the Commission and avoid conflicts with the law. One issue identified is the dual investigation process currently in the ordinance. This process leads to 2 interviews of officers, one by Internal Affairs and a second by the Police Oversight Commission, which may create a conflict with POBOR and lead to civil exposure. There may be confusion regarding the interview process for parties involved, and this can create conflict. A second major issue identified is based on the city manager form of government as established by the city charter. The charter states that all officers and department heads of the city, except the city attorney and the city clerk, shall be appointed by the city manager and shall thereafter serve at the pleasure of the city manager. The amendments help align and keep within the ordinance within the charter by providing that the police oversight director act in an independent role from the police department, but within the city manager's executive authority in the charter. Again, still independent from the police department. The ordinance includes refinements to strengthen the structure, clarify roles and responsibilities, and ensure alignment with state laws, including the Public Safety Officer Procedural Bill of Rights Act and various penal and evidence code provisions. In the ad hoc, different models were discussed, and this commission determined that the audit form similar to the cities of Los Angeles, both city and county, Long Beach, Pasadena, and Orange County was considered to be an effective option in that the Police Oversight Commission would retain the ability to review internal affairs investigations and make recommendations to the Chief of Police prior to the Chief's final determination. With this process, complaints received by the Police Oversight Commission would be sent to Internal Affairs Investigation. The investigation would conclude, and the Police Oversight Director and the Police Oversight Commission would make recommendations on that investigation. The proposed changes would also reinforce the Commission's advisory role, enhance its training and operational capacity, and ensure a more transparent and legally sound compliant review process. Ultimately, these revisions aim to support a more effective civilian oversight framework and further our shared goal of building public trust. Now I'd like to take a moment and turn it over to the City Attorney's Office to share some words.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. Tamara Bogosian with the City Attorney's Office. I think it's important that we look to how we got here. The original ordinance was presented to the council at a time when there was a compromise that was being made between competing interests. There was community input from other attorneys, from the police department, and of course, the city manager's office. What I want to remind the council is that the city attorney's office was involved in preparing initial reports, advising the council of the different models used throughout the country, including the auditor-monitor model. The city attorney's office initially helped prepare the original ordinance that was adopted by this council, and at that time pointed out potential legal challenges that could result in the implementation of the ordinance based on the charter and our city manager form of government here in Santa Ana. We understand there were some delays in implementing the ordinance, but with a new police chief and a new city manager, our absolute commitment has and always will be to bring this commission up to speed and to get it going so that we could dig into the concerns of the community and address those. The process that we used was by way of an ad hoc committee, as you know, which consisted of Mayor Mesqua, Councilmember Becerra, and Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez, who met several times and started to receive numerous recommendations on the issues. Our office then drafted language to match those issues and recommendations. This was a collaborative process, both between the police department, the city manager's office, the city attorney's office, and of course, predominantly the ad hoc committee. We respect that there are people in the community that are committed to the original version of the ordinance. However, the amendments that you now see before you were prepared to further insulate the city from any challenges in the implementation of the ordinance. As the staff report indicates, our united recommendation is for council to consider these amendments. However, council has an alternative, and that is precisely what Ms. Vasquez said, to take no action. I will now turn it back over to Ms. Vasquez to present her PowerPoint presentation.
Thank you, Tamara. Okay, council members, thank you again. Now let's go through the ordinance, the different sections, and we will explain a little bit on why certain changes were recommended by the ad hoc committee. Section 2-660, the establishment and purpose. This clarifies that the commission provides oversight through the police oversight director, and it also clarifies that the police oversight director, or changes that the police oversight director is independent from the police department and provides for review, analysis, and recommendation on police practices. This is the audit model versus the investigative model type of recommendation. And as earlier stated, one of the reasons is, again, to make sure that we are aligning with the city manager's executive authority to maintain the city charter. And also, a little bit later in the presentation, we'll go over the difference between the audit and investigative models. The next section, membership and terms, section 2-661. This outlines the structure of the commission, calling for the 7 members. There are no major changes. This is just clarifying language on the qualifications, just referencing section 2-662, and it just makes minor edits. The qualifications of commissioners, sections 2-662. That has not changed, with the exception of language regarding appointment removal vacancies in compliance with Santa Ana Municipal Code 2-662. Santa Ana Municipal Code 2-326, which is standard for all commissions. Section 2-663, Commissioner Confidentiality and Training. This is to prevent the release of sensitive information, and it adds information stating that failure to comply with the terms of the confidentiality agreement shall result in the removal of the commission and/or legal consequences in a commissioner's individual capacity, including but not limited to the criminal and/or civil penalties. So it also talks about the removal of a commissioner in compliance with Santa Ana Municipal Code section 2-326. This section also keeps a third-party training for commissioners that's currently in the ordinance, but it also adds the participation of a ride-along within 90 days. It also adds attending the Community Police Academy within 18 months. And the Community Police Academy includes PD commanders providing practical training on communications, patrol operations, Santa Ana Jail, crime scene investigations, investigations in internal affairs, air support, traffic support, motor officers, directed patrol, use of force, homicide gangs, and SWAT. These are courses provided twice a year, and each course is approximately 2 to 3 hours long. The ad hoc felt that including these requirements would benefit the commissioners as it provides the practical knowledge of how the Santa Ana Police Department operations work firsthand. So again, it's not removing the third-party training, it's just adding additional training. Section 2-664. In regards to meetings, this is establishing the monthly meeting schedule for the second Tuesday of each month starting at 5 p.m. It also provides a process for commissioners to request agenda items similar to what council members do when you submit a memo to the city manager, and then that gets placed on the agenda for review by the whole body. It also codifies that the city manager or designee manages the agenda submissions and the meeting support. So it just establishes clear roles and responsibilities in supporting commission meetings. Section 2-665, powers and duties of the commission. This talks about what authority is granted to the Police Oversight Commission. The change is that the POC may review misconduct post-internal affairs investigations. The types of complaints remain the same. But this is based on an audit versus an investigation. The Police Oversight Commission reviews, evaluates, and makes recommendations to the Chief of Police on these investigations. And again, the types of investigations have not changed. It's the fact that they are being reviewed post-internal affairs. Section 2-666, what's the Oversight Director's role? This is to support the Commission reviewing the internal affairs cases after completion, ensuring compliance with POBAR, and is appointed by the City Manager with Council confirmation. Again, this is to ensure that our city charter is being followed and that the administrative processes fall within the City of Santa Ana executive body, which is the City Manager. This also explicitly prohibits retroactive reviews and incidents prior to the ordinance, which was already in place, and it requires publication of qualifying investigations post-review in compliance with SB 1421. That is still currently in place. The purpose of this section is to clarify the rule and strengthen the safeguards for police officer Bill of Rights in due process. Section 2-667. The change clarifies the city manager's role in requesting funding for the Police Oversight Commission and Oversight Director in the city's annual budget. The city budget is an item that is prepared by the city manager and then is voted upon by City Council. Section 2-668. This is in alignment with Government Code 3303, PC 832.5, 3832.7, and 832.8, and Evidence Code 1043 and 1046. This change clarifies that access must be prompt and complete, but subject to all laws. This also mandates concurrent delivery of state-reported data to the Commission. So this is a balance of transparency within legal compliance. Section 2-669. Rules and records. The city manager and oversight director set the commission rules adopted by city council with clear record-keeping obligations except where law mandates confidentiality. The purpose is to codify the procedure while safeguarding protected information. The section on severability, 2-669, has no change. This is just that if any of the provisions are found to be unlawful or void, the rest of the ordinance remains enforceable or intact. Section 2-671 and 2-699. These sections are placeholders for any future provisions related to oversight that are kind of like placeholders in case there's any additional changes to this ordinance in the future. So in conclusion, the summary of the intent, this is providing structured lawful oversight, clarifies commissioner responsibilities, protects police officers' Bill of Rights. The proposed amendments establish a clear framework for our city that authorizes the Commission and the Independent Oversight Director to provide informed recommendations to the Chief of Police following the completion of internal affairs investigations with sustained findings, prior to the final determination by the Chief on that investigation. This structure is designed to preserve the integrity of the oversight process while aligning with state law and minimizing potential legal exposure to the city under the current ordinance. Now, I would like to take a moment to hand over the presentation to Independent Oversight Director T. Jack Morse to provide you with additional information regarding his experience with the investigative versus the audit model proposed here today.
Thank you, City Council members, Mayor Pro Tem. My name is Jack Morse. I've been the Oversight Director for 2 weeks now, but I've been working in police oversight since 2010, including nearly 8 years in the Civil Rights Division of the U.S. Department of Justice under the Obama administration. I have worked with law enforcement agencies, and I have investigated law enforcement agencies across the country, and I have seen deep divisions between communities and the law enforcement agencies that police them. And I saw aspects of that here tonight. There are community members here in Santa Ana who distrust the police, who have pain associated with the police department, and that pain is palpable. I acknowledge that, and I think it's worth noting at the beginning that in both the current ordinance and in the revised ordinance that the City Council is considering, a primary purpose of the Police Commission and the Oversight Director is to bridge that divide, to increase trust between the public and the police department. And I will work with the Police Commission to try to make that happen. I can provide some context and background and some factors that the City Council may consider as it weighs whether or not to adopt a model that is largely rooted in investigations or rooted in a more auditing model. And to do this, I'd like to draw on a metaphor from my days at the Justice Department. So I worked in the Civil Rights Division in the Civil Division, and my team members and I, as attorneys, could investigate law enforcement agencies to look for patterns or practices of unconstitutional conduct. This could be patterns of excessive force, discrimination in the forms of pedestrian stops, vehicle stops, whatever. Where we found a pattern or practice of unconstitutional conduct, we would then look at the root causes that was creating that pattern of misconduct. We would look at policies. We would look at training. We would look at the police culture. Were officers being trained on bias-free policing? Was there a community-oriented policing model in place? We would look at the problems within the police department that were resulting in the misconduct we were seeing. In other words, we were auditing these law enforcement agencies, identifying problems, and then filing a lawsuit to fix them through a revision of policies, protocols, training, and culture. That's essentially the way I see the auditing model. Now, when I was at DOJ down the hall, you had the criminal section. And attorneys in the criminal section were charged with investigating individual officers and filing criminal actions against those officers for individual instances of criminal conduct. So they were addressing police misconduct one officer at a time. They weren't looking at the underlying problems that resulted in that excessive use of force or discrimination or whatever it may be. They were addressing the problem after the fact. So again, I think the investigation model largely addresses police misconduct after the fact. I think the auditing model can be a tool to prevent misconduct from happening in the first place, because you're getting at problematic policies, training, protocols, culture that may be resulting in officer misconduct. Now, let me walk through some various additional factors that the City Council might continue to consider as it weighs this issue. One is, quite frankly, cost. If you look at oversight agencies that have an investigative model like Oakland, it's expensive. Oakland has a community police review agency, the CPRA. It has a full-time director, and last I checked, it had 6 full-time investigators to investigate all the complaints that they were charged with investigating. With the current structure, with the police commission here in Santa Ana, I'm it. As I read the ordinance, I'm the one, the current ordinance, I'm the one with the authority to investigate police complaints. Just to put that in context with some numbers. If I conduct an investigation that entails 1 complainant, 1 subject officer, and only 1 witness, plus a modest review of documents, data, and body-worn camera footage, that investigation can last about 40 hours and cost about $15,000. If I conduct 1 investigation per month at that rate, that's $180,000 for the year and $360,000 for 2 years, which is already more than $100,000 over budget. And that doesn't account for time to review policies, attend police oversight commissions, or attend city council meetings. So just some considerations there. If the city council wants to move forward with an investigative model, it may also consider more resources. In addition, I'll talk about, and this is getting in the weeds a bit, but complications that can be addressed, but will need to be addressed if an investigative model is implemented here in Santa Ana. Per police policy, the police department is required to investigate every complaint that it becomes aware of, whether that complaint is filed with the police commission or directly with the police department, or whether or not an officer just hears about it on the street. The police department has to investigate that, and I understand that that's handled by internal affairs. If the Oversight Commission or the Oversight Director is also investigating that same complaint, the issue with POBAR is, with POBAR and related case law, you really should only interrogate that officer once. So there's a case emanating out of Santa Ana POA versus the City of Santa Ana, decided by the 4th District Court of Appeals, that says if an officer is interrogated a second time for the same allegation, then that investigator has to turn over underlying documents, reports, notes, etc., which that officer can then review, and in my view, that could shape how that officer responds in the second interrogation. I don't think that that's an outcome that's desirable. So the question then becomes, if IA interrogates that officer first, does the Oversight Director just forego a secondary investigation and rely on a recorded interview from the IA investigator? Or POBAR also says that an interrogation can entail 2 investigators at a time. So in theory, a subject officer could be interviewed simultaneously by an IA investigator and the Oversight Director. But is that investigation independent? Regarding optics, that appears to be an investigation conducted jointly by the Oversight Commission and Internal Affairs, so not potentially truly independent. Now, again, this is the model that's in place in Oakland, and that's what they do. They have an IA investigator and a CPRA investigator in the room at the same time interrogating that officer, but the IA investigator takes the lead, and in their model, the IA investigator has to approve the CPRA investigator's questioning. Just something to consider as you move forward. One other point that I'd like to make is that in both the current version of the ordinance and in the proposed revisions, again, a primary purpose of the Oversight Commission is to improve public confidence in the police department. So something that council should consider is what the message to the community is if the commission is also investigating individual officers. The message could potentially be, you can't trust the police to investigate officers via the internal affairs process. I know that the distrust is already there among members of the community. How can the city most effectively address that? I believe that with sufficient reform efforts, and my vision, as I've worked with police departments and sheriff's departments across the United States, is to improve those agencies across the board so that members of the community don't think twice about calling the police when their loved one may be in mental health crisis. They don't think twice about filing a complaint with the police department because they can trust that police agency to investigate their own. Now, the Oversight Commission is there to be sure that they're doing a good job. And if they're not, the Oversight Commission can call them out publicly on that. The Oversight Commission will be releasing public reports that, at a very minimum, can look at internal affairs investigations, determine what went right, what went wrong, and make recommendations as to how this process can be improved moving forward. So, again, if the goal is to repair that relationship between the police department and the public, as Oversight Director, I want to look at the police department as a whole and make it better as an entire department. Briefly, in terms of other models that the City Council may look toward, the auditing model is in place with the Los Angeles Police Department Office of Inspector General, the LA County Office of Inspector General, and the oversight bodies in Long Beach, Pasadena, and Orange County. I think Pasadena is notable because its current structure is much like that which is in place here in Santa Ana. Pasadena has a police commission and a single independent police auditor, IPA, Teresa Magula, who is contracted with the city. She's actually with the OIR group, and she bills Pasadena per hour for her work as the IPA, and she reviews internal affairs investigations and releases public reports critiquing those investigations and creating a blueprint for how that process can be improved moving forward. I mentioned that the investigative model is in place in Oakland. The former director there, Aaron Zisser, is a friend of mine. I talked to him about that process yesterday. He was the director there in 2022. He said that they did have some issues with backlog, and they did have some instances when they missed that 1-year mark within which investigations must take place. So again, as long as the resources are there, that model can potentially be successful, but the resources have to be there. Something else to consider is the San Diego Commission on Police Practices. They have sort of a hybrid model in place where the oversight body reviews IA investigations, and where warranted, they can redo those investigations, essentially. And then finally, there's one other jurisdiction to consider is the San Francisco Police Department's Department of Police Accountability. The DPA there, as I understand it, they investigate all community filed complaints, and the police department, the IA department division, investigates all internally generated complaints. So I don't know how they work that out politically, but as I understand it, you don't have the dual investigations. You don't have different investigators investigating the same incidents because, again, the DPA is investigating community complaints, and the IA is investigating internally generated complaints. Those are the thoughts that I have for you to consider on this issue. I'm happy to answer any questions if there are any and if there's time.
So, the council, if you have any questions, I'm sorry, Madam Deputy, I'll let you chat right now. So I just want to include, if you have questions, please raise your mic and then I'll call on you. Go ahead, Deputy City Manager. And thank you so much, Jack, if you want to stay, please.
Yes, council members, now is the time to ask questions of our city manager, our city attorney. Mr. Morse will also be here for any questions.
Thank you. Before we start, I'd like to ask our city attorney. Jack, they're asking you to sit over there. Yeah. Thank you. Welcome to the family, Jack. It's not the hot seat, I promise. Okay. Madam City Attorney, I see. So can you talk a little bit about, Sonia, Madam City Attorney Tamara, why was this ad hoc put together in the first place, please?
Mayor and council members, the reason we put the ad hoc committee together was this. Our office was very involved in the very beginning of this process. As Ms. Bogosian mentioned, she did the early research on the different types of models that existed throughout the country. When we put the ordinance together in 2022, and we took that to the council, it did reflect a compromise at the time. And I know I did personally work with members of the ACLU and others in the community when we put that together. But I do want to remind everyone that I said at that time that we were really pushing the limits of our city charter because of the formation of our government, and that it might take time to see how this ordinance would be implemented over time. Then, due to some changes in staff, primarily the change of the police chief and our city manager, it provided us another opportunity to take a look at the ordinance and also to have received feedback from the very people that were going to be impacted by the ordinance. And so what happened is, with the new chief and the new manager, we sat down to talk about the delayed implementation and what we were going to do to move forward. And during those conversations, we as staff thought that would be a good time to explore some of the issues that had been raised, because this ordinance had been sitting for a while, and we did have new people involved, and we knew it would be critical to the implementation of the ordinance to make sure that our city manager was aware of how it was going to function in terms of how the process was going to be funded. Also, for the new police chief to understand how this would impact the department. All with this goal, as Mr. Moore said, was to create this trust in the community to make sure that we had a properly functioning department. So I want to make it very clear that no one on the city council, no member of the ad hoc committee, Councilmember Becerra or Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez or the mayor, asked us to create the ad hoc committee. We went to you and said, we think it would be a good time to take a look at this ordinance. Would you please appoint the ad hoc committee? So that's how the ad hoc committee was formed. The ad hoc committee never gave us direction on changes. The ad hoc committee never said this is how we want to see the ordinance amended, or as some have insinuated, to be torn apart. This was a staff-driven activity where we came to you saying, now that we've had the benefit of time and the benefit of fresh eyes, we'd like you to look at some of these issues.
Thank you, Madam City Attorney, for clarifying that. And that's how we'll start off, because I know that there's misinformation that the mayor, Councilman Becerra, wanted this commission for other reasons. And then I just want to be clear, as you had indicated, there were 3 ad hoc members, Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez, myself, and Councilman Becerra. So thank you for sharing that. And let's get started. So what we'll do is, if you'd like to speak, please raise your mic. We'll go 3 times around. If we need to go more, we will. And so, Mr. City Manager, Deputy City Manager, Jack, Jonathan, Tamara, both of you were in the ad hoc meetings as well as the City Attorney. Could one of you share, please, who exactly was in that ad hoc with us, please? Is that allowed? I just want to. So we had Sonia or somebody?
Absolutely. It was the 3 ad hoc committee members, Mr. Martinez, who's an assistant city attorney with our office, myself as a senior assistant city attorney, our city manager, and his staff.
Great, thank you. All right, let's start with some questions. We'll start, Mayor Pro Tem.
I was listening to your speech in the beginning. You said you like the audit model because it would change policing policy. And one way you did that through that was litigation. Is that how you change policing policy? Is that the main course? Because a lot of what we said is right, there may be we're changing it because there may be litigation, there can be litigation. We don't want litigation. So, and this is gonna be now placed in the city manager's office, who would have to litigate his own city or its own police department. So I'm a little worried about that because in the past, our old city manager had told me that she had done her own investigation on Caliche Town. She let me know, like she went down and did her own investigation on Caliche. So I'm worried, and it's not the city manager we have right now. It's not the city manager but in the future or any other city manager, how might we avoid this?
So can I just ask for a clarifying question? So when you said litigation would be in the city manager's office?
I was asking him because he said that they changed policy through litigation.
Okay. I just want to make sure. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I can clarify. So the complaint that we filed in federal court was largely a means to an end. Very rarely did those cases go to trial. But what we wanted was a court enforceable agreement. So our investigations would typically take at least a year. We were doing thorough audits. We were looking at use of force reports, pedestrian stops, vehicle stops. We were analyzing policies. We were attending training. We were going on ride-alongs. We wanted to understand that police department inside and out. And once we identified a pattern, let's say it's a pattern of excessive use of force in violation of the Fourth Amendment, we go to the police department and say, here's what we found, and here's why we think it's happening. Your training is deficient. Your policies are deficient. You're not meeting with the community. Your officers are acting based on implicit bias. So here's the blueprint for how we want to fix it. You need to make these changes to policies, et cetera. You need to have more robust de-escalation training. You need to have more robust bias-free training. So in order to get a court enforceable agreement, we would file a complaint in federal court, and then right after it, we would file a settlement agreement that the municipality had already agreed to. So it's not, usually we weren't fighting this out in court. The complaint was just a formality so that we could get a court enforceable agreement. I'm happy to further clarify if you have.
But just to clarify, and just put some level of context, and Mr. Morse can correct me. That was his previous assignment of working with a different entity. In this capacity, right, he would not have to file, let's say, litigation, because as his position as director with the commission is exactly to do the same thing as a third-party entity, right? So he doesn't have to file litigation. We hired him specifically for that, to look for those patterns, to propose those policy changes, right? There's no need for litigation because that's, in essence, his primary responsibility. To avoid that, to work well with the community, to make sure that he looks for those patterns and to avoid that. And I think that's what this policy changes are aimed to do.
I just want to mention that was the Department of Justice that he was working for, so the Department of Justice, to cause and create that change, would file those complaints, and that way they could get that court order for like a consent decree or an order to do what they needed to do. That is not his role here. He was just using that as an example. And if I could, just for one moment, I want to comment on the Colucci Town report, because this is an issue that comes up.
Madam City Attorney, hold on a second. Can we fix the mics, please? I don't know what's going on.
Yes, we just
I can
called
use
to the
a
back.
different one.
I'm sorry?
We just called to the back.
Okay, thank you.
Let me use it.
Go ahead, Madam City Attorney.
I'm so grateful to the city manager for fixing the length of the mic, so I can just use this other one as an alternative now. I just want to make sure that the council and the community, I think this is, again, what we're trying to do is build trust and get correct information. You might remember we said that at the last meeting, that we can't build credibility. We can't build trust unless we have credibility. The Colucci Town report was shared. I think there was a video from our former police chief. But I want to remind people of one very, very important thing. Everyone comes up and says that a young woman was assaulted and that we did nothing about it. The young woman who was interviewed, in her own words, said that she wasn't sure if the physical touch of her body, she was touched on the right buttock, if I recall. She says in her own words that she wasn't sure if it was intentional or accidental. That's a point that never gets mentioned, and yet that information's out there. So again, when we're trying to build trust and trust, we have to be credible in the statements that we make. And so I just want to make sure that's there. I'll be working with the department and with our city manager's office to go back and to see if we can get that public version of the report that was disclosed, so that any new members of our council or any members of the community have the opportunity to read that and understand what truly happened. Because it's easy to say, oh, look, isn't this terrible? Our police department assaulted someone. And there was no evidence in either the city's report that was done or the independent report done by Mr. Michael Giannacco at OIR that there was any physical assault.
Thank you, City Attorney. My point wasn't those things that you said. My point was that the city manager took it upon herself to do an investigation to protect the city. And that's your ultimate job, and I appreciate your work. I respect your work, and I love it that you are here to. I know you will always protect the city, but I'm a policymaker, and I'm here to be transparent and show the truth. And I think the truth and all that should be at cost, regardless of what comes to us. We should always be transparent to the community. So that's where I stand with that kind of policy. And I do appreciate your work and your work as well, that you are here to serve the city and protect us as a whole. And I am a policymaker on the other side. But thank you.
Okay, let me go over here. Councilman Becerra, as an ad hoc member, you have anything you want to add as I move on? So I just want to, as one of the ad hoc members, I do want to bring up the training issue. So as Speaker said earlier, I wrote it down on my notes here, that the training, the comment was, you could think like a cop. So you go to this training, you'll think like a cop, and it'll change your mindset. Well, I would hope that that's not what the training is. The Citizens Academy that Santa Ana PD has, I'm not an expert in that. Chief, can I get one of your officers or somebody to come up and talk about the Citizen Academy, or you, sir? I have a couple of questions. And I think this is really important because we want our commissioners to be able to do the deep dive into these investigations and be the experts per se, right? We want them to know the inner workings of the police department. Because as a commissioner, let me give you a personal experience. So when I worked sex crimes for the County of Orange, I did not go to the 40 hours of mandated training that the County of Orange has. I went to 180 hours a fiscal year of sex offender training with the sex crimes unit because it's an expertise, it's an area of expertise. So here we have commissioners that are going to investigate and look at complaints and things that are going on within our police department. I would want them to know the inner workings of our police department because it's really critical and it benefits them, right? In my opinion, in my humble opinion. So can you share how long have we had a Citizens Academy? Because I've never participated in, I think I should. How many people? Is there a waiting list? What do they look at? What do they do? Because this was a discussion that we had. And yes, they've had a year of training, and that's wonderful, but they don't understand, in my opinion, they have not, I guess first question would be, has the commission taken a tour, let me start with that question. Has the commission taken a tour as a body through the police department?
Thank you for the question, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council. As far as my knowledge, the commission, either together or individually, have taken a tour of the police building. I am aware of one commissioner who did come to the PD and meet with some of our officers, but not taken a tour of our police department.
So we're not aware of any commissioner that has taken a tour besides one of the police department?
Correct.
Okay, can you talk about the Citizens Academy, please?
Yes, the Citizens Academy is approximately about, I believe it's 13 weeks in length. It's 1 week, 1 day a week on Wednesday evenings. And what it does, it's all encompassing a window into our police department to show how our field operations, our frontline policing interacts with the community. They have an opportunity to experience and engage with various police officers who they may not normally have the opportunity to engage with unless they have a call for service. It also shows our Investigations Bureau and how they investigate crime, how all the support units come together, whether it's crime scene investigator, whether it's a sexual assault unit, whether it's a homicide unit, whether it's a gang unit, but it's all encompassing our Investigation Bureau. It also has the Administration Bureau, and we give various classes, an actual practical app on how to, how they do traffic stops, why we do certain things. We put them through a simulator so they can have an understanding of how officers have to make a split-second decision in a small window, and it gives the community members an opportunity to see how we work, but more importantly, it builds a relationship with our community. It's not just about the technical opportunity for them to learn about our department, but it's the adaptive and the bridging the gap and creating that relationship with our community, because most people who come through our Community Police Academy leave with a different impression, a better impression of our police department. If it was up to me, we would open it up and have a bigger class. I think our classes are on average about 35 people or so. There's usually a waiting list. We usually host them. Obviously during COVID, they slowed down, and then depending on operational needs, we usually host 2 community academies a year.
So thank you. So, and then here it's talking about a ride-along, right? Participating in a ride-along, and I'm not married to the within 90 days. That could be changed. I don't have a problem with that. But why do you believe, and I'm going to ask Jack the same question, why do you think a ride-along is so important?
I think a ride-along is important to have a better understanding. We can, go through training, and the training component and the application of what we do out in an environment where it's not a controlled environment really opens people's eyes to see exactly why we do certain things, how we do it, and that not everything we do in training, because what we have in theory may not always work in practice. And applying theory and practice and having a balance of both and understanding of both, it's what makes the entire process more complete.
Thank you, sir. I really appreciate that, Chief. Thank you. So, Jack, my question to you would also be, I know you're a reserve officer, is that correct?
Yes, Mayor.
And how long have you been a reserve officer, sir?
I graduated from the LAPD Reserve Academy in 2021.
Great, thank you. So, do you or have you ever attended, or does LAPD have a community police academy?
I actually don't know.
Okay.
I have not attended it. I don't know.
So I'll have to find that out by next question.
Sorry.
Okay. No, that's okay.
I can get back to you on that.
No, that's fine. Thank you. I appreciate it. Ride-alongs. As a reserve officer, have you had community members ride along with you? And how do you feel about ride-alongs, sir?
I haven't had members of the community ride with me personally. When I was an attorney with the Department of Justice and investigating police departments, conducting ride-alongs or engaging in ride-alongs was something we did as a matter of practice. We as attorneys investigating police departments felt that it was essential to observe firsthand how officers are interacting with members of the community out in the field. And what can be surprising is law enforcement agencies would do their best to pair us as investigating attorneys with their quote-unquote best officers. And when those officers were disrespectful to members of the community, that says a lot. But it gave me an opportunity to see firsthand how policies, how protocols, how training was affecting these officers and how it was playing out in the field. And I got to witness firsthand some unfortunate encounters. And by that same token, I also would witness encounters where officers did very well and de-escalated situations where it was appropriate to do so. So I think having that firsthand look at how officers are policing the community can be helpful.
Great, thank you very much. Let me go down the line here. Councilman Hernandez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to thank our city staff, our city attorney's office for doing their due diligence, and members of the community alike. I want to start by identifying that this is an item that the community fought for. From 2010 to 2020, the city paid out $24.5 million in misconduct lawsuits related to the police department. What is concerning is that this topic of oversight was one that was brought forward by the community. Although the council had Peñalosa and Phil Becerra at one point look to champion the Oversight Commission before 2020, and it was unsuccessful. It wasn't until 2021 that the conversation was brought back to the city. I was elected in 2020, and less than a year being into office, my loved one, Brandon Lopez, was murdered by 4 Anaheim Police Department officers. Those officers, Catalin Panov, Paul Delgado, Brett Heitman, and Kenneth Weber, many of which had officer-involved shootings under their belt already that taxpayers paid for. The community came out shortly after this murder, where a Santa Ana police officer alleged that his colleagues, one of their colleagues lied and ultimately got Brandon shot 22 times. The community began to provide oversight for this department because the department failed to provide oversight to their colleagues. As a policymaker that saw police violence firsthand and knows the brutalities of it, I've also seen my police department do everything that they could to not be transparent about the murder of Brandon Lopez. What I'm concerned about today is that as a member of the city council, I was a member of the ad hoc shortly after the shooting. Only one member of this ad hoc that revisited this policy was a policymaker when we passed this ordinance, and that was Councilman Becerra. 2 of the 3 members of this ad hoc were not in office when we approved the police oversight ordinance. What constitutes a majority on this ad hoc is 2 members. 2 of the members were not elected into office, Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez and Mayor Valerie Mesqua. I'm going to leave Becerra out of this, but we know Mayor Mesqua's received hundreds of thousands of dollars from the POA. I am very worried about the conflict of interest that since December 1st of 2024, we have an officer who was alleged of a murder. January 1st of 2025, 30 days later, that same officer is now also being investigated by the Department of Justice for a second shooting where an individual was unarmed. We are seeing police shoot at the public in protests on June 9th with no regard for their safety, no regard for due process. They're firing chemical agents, they're firing tear gas, they're firing 44 millimeter beanbags and rubber bullets at the public. in the face of racial profiling where children are being pulled over by community centers, by gang unit, and being stopped and frisked while they're not on probation or parole, where 4 gang unit officers are putting their hands into minors' pockets without their consent. That is the climate of Santa Ana PD today. A department that we should be proud of, unfortunately, is riddled with controversy. It is riddled with misconduct lawsuits. I want to implore my colleagues to protect democracy, to protect the city of Santa Ana, and for us to move our city forward by keeping this ordinance as is. I'll place a motion on the floor to leave this ordinance in place, as is, without any changes. And that'll be the end of my comments. Thank you.
I second that motion. Any other speakers? Councilmember Fan. Mayor Pro Tem. There you go.
Say that again.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Hi. So first of all, thank you so much, Director Morse. Do I just call you that, Director Morse?
Jack is fine.
Yeah, I don't do that.
Don't do that.
So I have a lot of questions about the requested changes. Some of it, I do understand that it was really just, how do I say this? Some of the enumerated, for example, complaints or categories of complaints were just, cleanup. So my first question is, there was some conversation about the investigative model or IA doing the investigations whenever any type of complaint is received. Will you please clarify for me, remind me, is this because it's in our municipal code? Is it police policy, or is there a statute in state law requiring that?
Councilmember Fan, I can address that. Penal Code Section 832.5 requires law enforcement agencies to investigate complaints and establish a procedure for doing so, and Santa Ana Police Department Policy 1010 has created the process for investigating complaints.
Thank you.
So it is both in state law and in policy.
Well, the state law just says that the city has to create some type of protocol for investigating complaints received by the city, whether it's written, oral, whatever.
Correct.
And the city has a policy, 1010, that has determined that IA will investigate all such complaints, whether received as written, oral, or otherwise.
Yes.
Okay. And I ask that question because I want to make sure that we differentiate between what is mandated under state law, what is mandated under federal law, and what is city policy, which we are all in control of here, right? The 7 of us. My next question is regarding the dual track investigation. So Director Morse, you had mentioned so first I'd like to say I am not interested in having 2 back-to-back interviews or interrogations, as you call it, of any type of witness or, any officer. I think that would defeat the purpose. You would have probably contradicting comments or responses to different questions. I'm not against the idea of 2 investigators interviewing an officer at the same time if they're able to have different questions that are independent of each other. I think when you mentioned Oakland, you said that the IA investigator takes the lead and has to approve questions of the CPRA investigator. Is there anything under state law that mandates that an IA investigator or 2 investigators who are interviewing an officer must share or have one person directing the interview?
Councilmember, to my knowledge, no. The Oakland structure is something that they've devised locally. Actually, I don't know why. But to answer your question, I don't think there's state law that dictates that one particular investigator must lead the interview.
Is there anything under state law that indicates how long an investigation, or an interrogation of an officer must be limited to?
A reasonable amount of time.
So the reasonable amount of time will depend on the complexity of the case or the severity of the complaint.
Yes.
Okay. And I ask this because I imagine in Oakland they may have had the dual investigator in an effort to avoid the back-to-back interrogation, right? But also allow I guess, a double-track investigation. I'd like to state that I am apprehensive about the dual-track investigation. I think that that is duplicative of a lot of efforts. However, I am interested in looking at how we can ensure that members of the Police Oversight Commission are able to investigate certain complaints that they deem as duly appointed members representing the public are important to the public. And what I mean by that, and please correct me if I'm wrong, because I don't really do much criminal law, very, very minor misdemeanors. So I guess my question is, if the Police Oversight Commission receives a complaint, say an officer, used excessive force, and let's say they get 10 different complaints, everything from excessive force to they use a racial epithet to the officer was really rude to me, right? 10 different complaints that month. Would it be possible for the Police Oversight Commission to select one case that they deem is important, whether it's due to the severity of the case, the policy implications, or the importance of that case to the community, and allow the other 9 to go to IA? I guess it's kind of like a grand jury type. The grand jury gets lots of complaints, but they don't investigate every single complaint.
It's certainly possible, Council Member. The question would remain, would the oversight agency and IA still investigate simultaneously that one complaint that the Oversight Commission has opted to investigate? If City Council goes in that direction, I would set very clear parameters and factors to consider as the Commission is deciding which complaints it will and won't investigate, because if 2 people file complaints and the first person gets their complaint investigated, but the second person doesn't, then you could create a problem where the community doesn't trust the police commission anymore, because they may perceive some unfairness in how the commission is going about selecting which complaints they will and won't investigate.
Thank you, and that's really helpful, right? And maybe we don't limit it to 1, maybe we limit it to 2 or categories. This is I think an ongoing conversation. As to when you said, let's say the POC selects the excessive force case, right? Is there anything under state law that would prohibit IA or the chief, right, from coming in after the completion of the POC investigation, in reviewing the investigation and making a determination on his own, maybe not to enforce any type of discipline, but to see, okay, what can I do, what can we do within the force? So I guess it's kind of the reverse of it's kind of an audit model, but of where IA would do that to the POC report.
Something to keep in mind, and I know the council knows this, the investigation and the implementation of discipline must be completed within 1 year of the date that someone with the authority to investigate that matter learns of that matter. Right. If the structure is such that the POC investigates and then the police department reviews that investigation and then discipline is determined from there, I would just be cognizant of that 1 year deadline.
Well, I guess what I'm saying is if the POC selects a particular complaint because of the importance of it, right, to the public as they determine it, does the investigation and then recommends discipline to the chief city manager, whether it's within a year or not, IA can still review that investigation to determine whether the investigation was done properly, what are some issues, how do we address that within our own department. It might not be specific to that officer, but there's nothing preventing IA from reviewing those, right?
Nothing preventing IA from reviewing those, correct?
Okay. And if IA itself does find some issues with those types of reports or investigations, they can also, I think, independently or make recommendations to the Police Oversight Commission, right?
However, the City Council wants to structure that system.
Okay.
I don't think that there's a state law that dictates that answers those questions.
Thank you. Well, I asked this because I'm not a member of the ad hoc. A lot of the presentation and discussion spoke to changes to making it, consistent with POBAR and things like that. And I just want to clarify which provisions are actually required by state law and which are policy decisions, whether it's because of resources, timing, protocols, and things like that. Because ultimately, we have discussions about preventing lawsuits. We talk about that all the time. However, we had just, I think, settled like 15 lawsuits, and we did not have a Police Oversight Commission. So I think that there's a lot of concern in either direction as to what the lawsuits are, how did they generate it, and what does this mean, right? And I agree with you that the most important thing with this Police Oversight Commission, at least in my mind, is creating credibility and trust in not only our police department, but also ensuring that our officers continue to trust the process, that when there is something that is problematic, they too can get a fair day in front of the commission or in an investigation. I think those both are very important. My other question is regarding well, I guess it's not really a question, but I do want to make a comment that I do think the training is important. I think the training, it's not about turning someone into a police officer, but if you are going to choose to criticize someone or make a determination about someone, be in their shoes. I think that's really important. And so if you are going to make a decision about whether someone's use of force was excessive, you also have to know what kind of training they're under, because I believe under federal law, some of these determinations are based on what a reasonable police officer would experience or what they would do, right? So in order to do that, you have to have some of that exposure. My other question goes to then, I guess when you were talking about the investigations, right, and the amount of money, the resources and whatnot, how, well, I guess, do we know, or maybe Chief, how many open complaints do we have as of today, or general number? Do we know? Or pending complaints, pending investigations?
Good evening. Yes, I won't be able to give you an exact number.
Yeah,
I have an idea
ballpark,
about how many complaints we receive a year, which is approximately 96.
96 in 2024, and today we are at 47.
Okay, that's really helpful. And how many of those do you know are estimate internally generated versus externally generated?
Those numbers are just specifically just externally.
Those are all
those
citizen
are all
complaints, yes.
Okay. And so your team follows through with each of those complaints?
Correct.
Okay.
I'm sorry, can you repeat those numbers, please?
96
96
for 2024 and 47 for year to date this year. Those are external, to include not only those that come to the city or through IA, but also from the Police Oversight Commission.
But they're all externally generated citizen complaints?
That's correct.
Thank you. And so I guess I'm trying to figure out, of those 96, and you're saying, one really simple, quote, simple investigation is about 40 hours. That'll probably take you about a month, give or take, right? And then, so at best, a year, maybe 12. At best.
Sorry, what?
Sorry,
what's
I
at
guess,
best, Council?
you know, if you're saying one a month at 40 hours a month, just for the really simple investigations, at best a year, you're probably doing 12?
So
Less?
a very simple complaint could potentially be investigated in 40 hours, meaning from the date that the investigation begins to the date that the report is completed and handed over. As you know, I'm part-time.
Right.
So on average, I can work about 7 hours a week.
Okay.
So that would obviously have an impact on how quickly I personally could conduct investigations.
So about 2 months, let's say, per simple investigation. But I imagine with our Police Oversight Commission, they wouldn't, in my mind, select a simple investigation or a simple case. It would be a complicated case, and that's the kind of thing I think would be important for them to look at. So what you're really looking at is maybe one big case a year. Realistically, right?
Okay.
Okay. I just want to make sure. I'm just saying.
Sorry,
I'm saying is that what I'm saying is that within the realm of probability. If they select a complicated case once a year, you're probably doing one big investigation a year.
Yes, I could accommodate one big investigation per year with the current structure in place, I believe.
With the current structure, the current funding, as well as attending Police Oversight Commission meetings, potentially policy changes, and that kind of stuff, right?
Yeah, I just want to also mention, though, that the agreement that we entered into at the direction of the City Council and approved by the City Council does provide for additional staffing. So I think Mr. Morris is being very upfront with you to say, based on the model that you have put forward with him, this is what he could do. If the council potentially were to double or triple that contract, there might be ways for him. I'm saying probably use other resources within his firm. There are other experts there, but yes. So I just want to make it clear that it is really a council decision, allocation of resources, and budget issues.
Thank you. Well, I wanted to clarify so that we can understand clearly at this time, based on the budget that we have approved and the contract that we have, what is realistic for us to do. I don't want members of the public to think that 47 investigations are going to be happening right now by the Police Oversight Commission, who's meeting once a month with a part-time oversight director, with one investigator who is the oversight director, who is also going to be staffing the meetings and things like that. I want us to be in the realm of reality in talking about what we can do. So thank you. You guys can sit down.
Actually, I have a question for them based on your question, so don't go far.
Okay, never mind. Okay. And then I guess, I'm sorry, I've gone over time, but I have a lot of questions because I wasn't part of the ad hoc. My other, oh no, I feel like I lost my train of thought. Okay. Well, I guess maybe just come back to me now.
I will, because you're over your time.
Thank you.
And Councilman Becerra wants to talk.
Thank you, Director Morse.
So I just have a quick question, Chief, or Commander Lopez. So you had indicated because we're talking about the length of time for investigations, right, to complete them. 96 in 2024 complaints, and then today, this year, 2025, we're at 47.
And those are citizen complaints.
Correct. Yes, I understand that. And thank you. And how long does it take, for example, let's say it's just a hypothetical. I call in and I say a policeman used a bad word at me and I felt very disrespected. You're going to investigate that. How long does that take? How long would it hypothetically take?
Hypothetically, if it's a complaint of profanity and it only involves, like Mr. Moore said, it only involves one officer, one witness or something like that, it can take probably about 30 days or so to do the investigation because the inspectors have, aside from citizen complaints, internal complaints, and we also have civil and tort claims that they have to investigate. Then the review process also takes an additional time. If the complaint is sustained and there's a recommendation from position of discipline, the commander, the deputy chief, and then eventually I'm the final decision maker at the PD level in regards to the discipline. So you're looking about 90 days.
90 days. And so, Chief, you worked in IA, correct?
That's correct.
And so when the complaints come in, you have to notify the officer. Is that correct? There's a process.
There's a process, yes, and usually when a complaint comes in, obviously, we notify the officer when we're going to do the interview, and it's called notification of an interview. But what we normally do is we gather all the facts and evidence that we can leading up to to prepare for the interview witnesses, community members or whatnot. Once we interview all witnesses, then we start strategizing on which officers are involved, which ones are not involved, reviewing BWC. Then we'll start the interview process and serving notifications of interviews for the officers in relation to the complaint.
And based on what type of complaint you're investigating, sometimes officers are left on duty, taken off duty, placed somewhere else, sent home. Could you give an example or could you share that,
yes,
please?
that is correct. Depending on the type of violation, officers can either be placed on administrative leave or also depending if the violation has a criminal component to it or a potential criminal component to it, it is submitted to the district attorney's office, and then we'll toll our investigation because one thing is that a criminal complaint will have precedence over an administrative complaint. So we'll have the district attorney's office doing a criminal complaint review for any potential criminal liability on the acts of the officer. Once we find out a determination from the district attorney's office, then we'll proceed with our investigation.
So you have to wait for the district attorney's office?
We do wait. We can make some exceptions as long as we don't compromise the criminal investigation.
In an officer-involved shooting, it goes to the Attorney General?
It depends on the circumstances.
Could you explain that, please?
Yeah, so typically in an officer-involved shooting where an individual who is armed is involved with one of our officers, that involves three separate concurrent investigations. One of them is done by the district attorney's office, and they look for any criminal culpability on the actions of our officers. Then we have our homicide team. They review, they do an investigation to see any criminal culpability on the acts of the perpetrator who had the weapon or firearm or whatever the case may be. And then internal affairs does an internal investigation for any potential policy violations or address any issues regarding, they may not necessarily be misconduct, but maybe we have to address some training issues, some de-escalation, or anything regarding internal policies. The reason 3 concurrent investigations work in an officer-involved shooting is because internal affairs is the only one through the administrative process that can obtain a statement from an officer-involved shooting. During the district attorney's investigation or even during the homicide investigation, an officer has a right to the Fifth Amendment and doesn't have to provide a statement. In cases where is an officer-involved shooting where there's no weapon involved, and it results in death. I believe it was AB 1506, and those are the ones that are investigated by the Department of Justice.
Do you cover this in the Citizens Academy?
Yes.
Thank you, Chief. That's all the question I have. Thank you. So, Jack, I have a question for you, and then I'll go over to Council Member. You talked about the 3 different types of oversight, right? The audit, the review, and the investigative. Is that correct? Of the bodies, right? There's 3 different models.
Well, Mayor, I mentioned the investigatory model, the auditing model, and then there's also a hybrid.
A hybrid model. Okay, my apologies. So can you just share which model exposes city to more liability than others? Is there a particular model that exposes the city to more liability than, let's just say, the hybrid or the auditor, the review? Which one?
Mayor, I'm not aware of any data that would answer that question.
You have no data?
Not to answer that question. I've done no research to assess which model results in more significant liability for a given municipality.
Okay. And I know we use the Oakland model. I've heard it. I've been sitting here. It's my 3rd year, and Oakland model's come up a couple times. And I try not to use the Oakland model only because I think they're on their third or fourth chief now of police, and they've
been
had-
through a lot.
Yes, they've been through a lot, and the CHP works there too, and a lot of other things, you know, that have been going on in Oakland. So I'd like Santa Ana to be way better than Oakland, so do a better
Agreed.
job. I think we all do. So, but you see that in the ordinance, current ordinance, there's a confidentiality clause. Can you tell me your opinion about that? Committee members that sit on the commission having to sign a confidentiality clause? What are your thoughts about that?
Well, as you know, certain officer personnel records are confidential. When I was with the OIR in Orange County, we could access those confidential records. We couldn't make them public, but we, at the oversight entity, could access those records and analyze them and make recommendations. Now, if we released any public information, it had to be carefully redacted, or only provided in confidence to the Board of Supervisors. So I'm not sure if I'm answering your question, but that's the importance of the confidential aspect, and it has been, as has been discussed, Penal Code 832.7 dictates which officer personnel records can be made public in response to a PRA request.
And that's what we had discussed in the ad hoc, the 8, the can be, and then there's additional 2. I believe, Tamara, we had discussed those cases.
There are 8 categories of records that the legislature has deemed to be subject to disclosure under the Public Records Act. Yes.
Can you share those?
Yes, absolutely. They're actually in our ordinance, and they are officer-involved shootings that result in death, use of force that results in great bodily injury, sustained findings of dishonesty, sexual assault, unlawful arrest or unlawful search, unreasonable or excessive force, failure to intervene against another officer using force that is clearly unreasonable or excessive. And then our ordinance includes 2 additional categories that are not articulated in 832.7 as being disclosable, and those are in custody deaths and unlawful activities, conduct that interferes with First Amendment assemblies.
And can you share why we added those?
Those are policy decision by the ad hoc and, of course, ultimately by this council, but they are not in SB 1421, 832.7.
Great, thank you very much. Councilman Becerra.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So first and foremost, I want to thank the city attorney for what she said earlier, where, you know, we have to provide factual information. We can't grow trust if we're going to provide misinformation. So I just want to start off by just kind of laying some, what I would say are foundational aspects here. So first, the staff report states, on April 4th, 2025, implementation of the existing ordinance revealed a conflict with the Public Safety Officers Procedural Bill of Rights Act, POBAR, California Government Code sections 3300 through 3313. So I'd like to understand what that conflict was.
The conflict between Government Code 3303?
Well, basically, according to the staff report, saying on April 4th specifically, implementation of this ordinance revealed a conflict with POBAR. So I just want to understand what was that moment, that epiphany that we said, we better talk to the council about convening an ad hoc.
I think Mr. Morse addressed the dual investigations could run afoul of the Police Officer Bill of Rights as it relates to officers who are interviewed either twice or by more than one interrogator. 3303 sets forth all of the rights that officers are entitled to. And so if there is a dual track investigation, it could run afoul of that and create potential conflicts and problems.
Okay, so on April 4th, 2025, what you just described was revealed. And so that was what spurred this whole process that's led us here tonight. Is that fair to say?
That is what the staff report addresses. And again, the Government Code section 3303 sets forth the Police Officer Bill of Rights and what officers are entitled to during an internal affairs investigation.
I'm reading the staff report and I understand that's what it says, but I'm just, so that we're all on the same page and understand. Because I guess what really is frustrating here is that when I hear folks come to the podium and say that, this is all a big conspiracy by the POA and by the mayor and by all these things, it's false. What you're saying is absolutely false, because I can at least say for myself, I've had no communication from the POA on any aspect of this ordinance. None. Not one bit. Nothing that they've said, well, I would like to see this or change that. Not a bit of it. But yet, we do hear some folks say that that's what it is. It's all about, support from the Police Officers Association. You got to put that boogeyman to bed. Just got to. You're beating a dead horse. But with that being said, though, so it's important to understand that this was something that our staff saw potential concerns with.
And can I just clarify, because I just want to address these issues head on. Someone might say, well, gosh, staff, what took you so long? Like, right, you drafted the ordinance, what took you so long? And I will tell you, having been very involved with drafting this ordinance, let me
want to use the other one, yeah.
I'm not going to use this one anymore. Having been very involved in drafting that ordinance, quite frankly, I think what it was is the changeover in staff and the opportunity to really work closely as a team to decide how we were going to implement the ordinance. When the original ordinance was prepared, quite frankly, there just wasn't a lot of input from the department at that point, and I think it was intentional from that city manager saying that they wanted to control the process. I think going to Mayor Pro Tem's comment, he made a comment about, well, that city manager decided to do an independent review of an IA, which is maybe a little unusual, right? I think there were practices. Every city manager has a different style. And so the ordinance was, even though I was working on the ordinance, I'm not a police expert per se, and was when we sat down and we had people working together collaboratively from the department to say, how is this going to actually work? Like dissect it. That's when some of these issues arose, because we were getting the input of those who knew they were experts in the area in IA, not me.
Well, and I appreciate you saying that, Madam City Attorney, but I think one thing that you're also leaving out is the fact, because as was already stated up here, Councilmember Penaloza and myself brought this item forward. While I appreciate there's a lot of advocacy from the community, the agendizing of the Police Oversight Commission, the one that we're discussing here tonight, was brought forth by myself and Councilmember Penaloza. Now, I know that may be very inconvenient for the narrative you want to spin. I know it, and that's just got to suck, doesn't it? But the fact is, it was brought forward. We went through a process. Former Mayor Sarmiento convened an ad hoc so that we can discuss this. And that's why I don't envy you, Madam City Attorney, because we were having a productive ad hoc, in my humble opinion. Councilmember Hernandez, Councilmember Lopez, she's not here tonight, the three of us. And we went through and we had some god-awful, painful discussions. But I say that out of respect because this is not an easy topic to discuss. There's a lot of things that really just were a lot of arm wrestling matches, not in bad ways. I mean, truthfully, I don't think I ever left our ad hocs thinking, oh my God, this is awful. It was just one of those things where we really just had to grind this out. This is a very difficult subject matter. Having said that, though, what was frustrating was, and you've got election calendars, unfortunately, so all of a sudden the ad hoc at that time was cut short. So I appreciate Mayor Mesqua that you didn't cut this one short and that we grinded it out, because Mayor Pro Tem, you and I, we had a lot of meetings and we had a lot of discussions. Former Mayor Sarmiento cut ours short. Cut it short. Said, Madam City Attorney, you better put something together. Here's, whatever, I don't even know what groups you had to somehow figure out how to mesh it all together and put something there. So I don't lay this at your feet. And yes, obviously, as we had to get things going, you start to figure out, hey, maybe there were certain components that didn't make sense. But with that being said, here we were today. Now we've discovered, apparently the magic date was April 4th, 2025. The light bulbs went off and we said, we need to look at this. So this came back to the council. The mayor convened the ad hoc. We had lengthy discussion. So I want to make clear to everybody, even from the beginning, when we were discussing this back in 2020, I've always thought that the auditor-monitor model was the way to go. Because I looked at Anaheim, which I thought did not do enough. And I looked at other cities, and I appreciate our new Oversight Director for calling out some of the potential issues with some of those more intense models. And so I've always felt that the auditor-monitor model was the way to go. And what I appreciate about what our new director said tonight, And I think this is important for the community to really kind of understand. What do you believe the intention is? I will tell you, for me, my intention has always been for improving the police department, for improving transparency, and for building trust. That was it, to make the department better, not to defund it, not to abolish it, not to rip it apart. It was to improve it. It was always to improve it. And so when Director Morris said that when you have the investigator model versus the auditor model looks more at the overall foundational policies and what can we do to improve the department so that it functions better. I like what you said, when you go on a ride along and if you have an officer that's supposed to be one of the better ones because the chief wants to tee you up to have the good guy to show off, and then something goes wrong, you start to go, oh, there might be something more systemic here. And at that point, just like when something comes to this council, what happens? Staff says there's a problem, or council members say there's a problem, or the community says there's a problem. We try to address it from up here, from a policy perspective. The Police Oversight Commission was always meant to be something that would review and bring back recommendations to the city manager, who is the council's employee, not the oversight director. It can't. The charter does not allow for that. There are 3 employees, for those of you paying attention at home, there are 3 employees of the council via the charter: manager, clerk, and attorney. It's not oversight director. And the oversight commission is not the hiring and firing committee. That goes to our city manager. The council does not hire and fire anybody other than the clerk, manager, and attorney. That's it. So I would recommend looking at the charter to understand what we can and cannot do up here. So I guess when I look at what was brought to us, and I think that was described earlier by Sonia and Tamara, it wasn't like the council or the ad hoc came forward and said, I was at home over the weekend, I started looking at POBAR, and I thought, this is what I'd like to do to the ordinance, right? I mean, did the council, I just want you to repeat this because I know you already said it, but I want you to repeat it for those in the back of the room. Did you ever experience a time where any member of the ad hoc came to you and said, here's what I'm proposing, separate from anything that you brought to us? Did we ever bring something to you to say, this is what we need to change or want to change?
Well, obviously, I can't disclose any attorney-client privileged communications. However, what I will say is the recommendations came from staff.
Okay. So, and I think earlier you hinted at kind of where I was going with this, and that is, these were things that, thanks to the experience of our staff, our expert staff, you provided us with policy questions. Should we go this way or not? These are things that could potentially lead us into situations where, like LA County, not to go down what LA County is going through right now, but they've seen their oversight commission paralyzed. And I don't want to see that here. I want to see it be successful. I want to see, now that we've got our oversight director in place, and hopefully if we can make the appropriate amendments tonight to make sure that this thing is successful. So I just, for us today, we've got to make sure that what we bring forward today, or I'm sorry, not bring forward, what we potentially approve today helps us stay out of liable situations, right? We've got to minimize the liability, but at the same time, make sure that we are upholding what the intent of the commission is. And let me state again, for myself, it was never to be the hire and fire committee. This was not meant to be to go after officers. We hear dialogue up here about going after officers, which is, I think, very inappropriate. I think it creates a very hostile work environment, especially when I hear people talk about due process. Is it only due process except unless you're a police officer? Is it? Sounds like you said yes again. So the point is that that shouldn't be the case. That should not be the case. But again, coming back to this item tonight, I want to thank staff for bringing this forward. I want to thank the mayor for creating the ad hoc, and I want to thank Mayor Pro Tem for your participation in it as well. And I just want to make it absolutely clear that what we're discussing tonight is not something brought about by some sinister, mysterious political movement. It's something that I think, because our staff thought that we needed to evaluate this is a good time to do it. And to say that it's because of the oversight director being brought on board, I see it as just perfect timing to make sure that he hits the ground running. One last thing I want to say, and I'll hand the mic off here, and that is, one thing that was discussed in the ad hoc, and I won't go into the details among who said what and where, but the idea of training, the idea of going to the Citizens Academy or a third-party entity, it fascinates me. So people want to be on the oversight committee, right, or the commission, but there's concern that, God forbid, that they may actually know the department that they're providing oversight on, like as if that's something offensive. Oh my God, you mean I actually have to know what this department does before I get to wag my finger and say they're bad? No, that's not, if that's what all you want to do is come in and slash and burn, that's not the intention of this oversight commission. That's not it. If you believe that we have some problem officers, great. Then the commission should be a place where we look at policy so that we can prevent officers from doing bad things. That's what it should be for. But to come in and say, oh my God, I have to have training, like that's such an offensive thing, to be trained, to understand what this department does. The department does some amazing things, and we have many good officers. But again, oversight was always meant to be something that furthered that. Like, in other words, make sure that people understood that they had confidence in their police department. But if you're not even willing to just learn about it, to do the training, I mean, that says a lot, and it's not a lot of good. So I hope that my colleagues will support the amount of training that we wanted to see our commissioners go through in here, because I want to make sure that whatever review and oversight that's provided is done from a place where people can say, I took the time to understand it. I may not agree with everything that the PD provides in their academy or wherever they get their training, but at least take the time to listen, take the time to try to learn and understand. You don't have to agree with it. There's nothing in here that says, and upon completion of training, you must agree with it. It just says do the training. Just go in with an open mind and listen. So I hope my colleagues will support that being a part of the amendments, hopefully, that we approve tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I call on somebody else, you mentioned something, Councilman Becerra, about the city manager. And for those who have not read the staff report here, I want to read something that's very important. Santa Ana operates under a city manager form of government. Let me say that again. Santa Ana operates under a city manager form of government, as established by the city charter. The original language of the ordinance granted the independent police oversight director authority that conflicted with the city manager's administrative oversight responsibilities and has been revised. The amended language now affirms the oversight director's advisory and independent role while maintaining alignment with the city manager's executive authority as defined by the charter. Thank you, Councilman Becerra, for bringing that. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you so much. Thank you for all this conversation we're having. It's very intricate information we're getting today. When I was brought to this committee, I was told that the changes are based on litigation by the LA Sheriff Department where there is still no judgment. So when we reference POBAR, are we referencing this case that might change that hasn't been completed litigation yet?
Not the case itself, but the legal implications that could result.
Right, so that's the may and the can, we might, those are all we're not there yet. The case is not done yet. So
I haven't tracked the case, but staff identified certain legal issues.
Thank you. So it is based on a case where there is no judgment, and we have not seen the end of it. So this being very intricate and very delicate, I don't think we're gonna win over 50% of the public's not gonna trust the police, or the other 50 is not gonna trust the police oversight, not the Police Oversight Commission. So I call on delay on adoption of this ordinance and direct the staff to return in 60 days with the revised version developed in partnership with the Police Oversight Commission, the Police Oversight Director, city and staff, and community stakeholders in an open forum. And then we could all have transparency and we see how we move.
So thank you for that. And the only reason I would not agree with that is because there's a couple things that I have questions about. So first question, Madam City Attorney or Mr. City Manager. Several times people have come up here and said, we had meetings with city council members and city staff to put the other ordinance together. We had meetings. Well, I don't know who they had meetings with because I've asked. Where's the proof of the meetings, the community meetings, the meetings with council members? So I think it would be a violation of the Brown Act if they met with ad hoc committee meetings. So, Madam City Attorney, you were here. Were there meetings that you're aware of, ma'am?
I vaguely recall that, yes, I did have some meetings, but I was not meeting with the elected officials. I took a courtesy meeting. Once the city council, and I want to thank Councilmember Becerra because he brought back a recollection that we were working with a separate ad hoc committee, but once the ordinance was kind of put on this fast track, in my effort to ensure that we were going to get there without exposing the city to, huge mistakes, I did meet with a group of attorneys and representatives to better understand, to explain to them, in my opinion, why I absolutely said we could not adopt the Oakland model. Because again, the Oakland model, as described here this evening, was also one approved by a city charter amendment. And so I do recall meeting with some members of the community. I don't recall, I have some recollection that maybe Councilmember Lopez was in that meeting, but I don't want to say that for certain. I know I met with the community members at that point, and there were some lawyers in the room when we talked about the Oakland model.
So there was only one council person in the meeting with you?
Yes, there was no Brown Act issues whatsoever.
The mayor wasn't there and any other council member?
Absolutely,
It was
that's
just
correct.
one council member with you and a few community members?
Yes, I'd go back, check my calendar just to make absolutely sure, but I never went outside of City Hall to meet with community members, and we didn't have any public Brown Act meetings on the topic. We did not.
Okay, so I see where Mayor Pro Tem is going. My only concern about bringing in the committee members is that when we have committee members that at a time when Santa Ana PD was called for mutual aid and they assisted with mutual aid, you had two committee members who sit on this police oversight committee sending on their social media and publicly telling people, come and file your complaint with us. Come file a complaint against Santa Ana PD. Come file your complaint. And so, Madam City Attorney, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe there was a discussion about, are you a committee member of the police oversight or are you an activist looking to, I'm going to say, go after our police department because they provided mutual aid in the city of Irvine?
Yeah, I mean, I think we, and in fact, I might allow our assistant city attorney to address that issue because I know that he sent an email to the commissioners on that subject.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you for the question, Mayor. So following that incident, a legal memorandum was prepared by me, and it was circulated to all the commissioners, reminding them again as to the fact that they are sitting on a commission in which they will be reviewing and at that time investigating complaints into officer misconduct, and that there was an importance of impartiality and a non-biased posture that the commissioners needed to maintain with regard to their handling of those complaints and of those investigations.
And thank you for clarifying that, because I know that if I was going to be interviewed by this police oversight committee and let's say I was an officer, immediately I would be like, I'm not even speaking to you because your mind's already made up and you're out there asking people to file formal complaints against me. So again, that is why I support the training. I support the ride-along. I support the confidentiality. It's like closed session. Sometimes our closed session information gets out. We don't know how, but it does. And it's a big deal. It's a very big deal. And so for them to sign confidentiality forms saying, you will be removed from the committee or even, charged with a misdemeanor offense, whatever it may be, I support that because Yes, they're police officers, but it's not a gotcha. It should never be a gotcha. It should be, and Councilmember Fan talked about it, like if there's something that we see, how do we change it? How do we improve it? How do we fix it? And I think, Jack, you also covered that. And we have in the staff report. This is really what it's about. Community trust, transparency, but because the people that come here and speak, and I appreciate all of them, there's 310,000 people in the city of Santa Ana. 310,000. And that's not even correct because there's more. And when we do a budget and we ask them, what are their top priorities? The two top priorities that the people who submit say, public safety and homelessness. And so I know you hear, Jack, and I'm sorry that the last two meetings you've come here, you've heard all this, you say this distrust, which there is among certain people in our community. But as a whole, I think once you're here for a while and you get out and meet other people in our community, you will learn that there are people in our community who support our police officers. We have many of our officers who grew up here in Santa Ana, born and raised here. Their families are here. So it's home to them. So yes, I appreciate when people come in and make comments, whether they're false or not. They still take the time to come to a council meeting. They're engaged, and I appreciate that. Even when they call me out, I appreciate it. I got elected to sit here and listen to it. But I think when we talk about a police oversight, and I do like Mayor Pro Tem's recommendation about including the committee, I wouldn't recommend taking it to an open forum because I don't want it to become a hostile work environment for our officers either. Because that's what we see. That's who will show up. It'll be the majority of the people who want to complain and talk about how bad our officers are because they hear so many things or they think they know the truth. Like the mayor created this ad hoc to make changes because I'm bought and paid for by the POA, actually, as the city attorney made it very clear. And thank you, Madam City Attorney. No, I did not call for this ad hoc. But I'll agree if you want to amend it to say, we take it back and we come back in 60 to 90 days and we include the committee, but I wouldn't prefer the community. I would just say the committee. If Madam City Attorney or Tamara, is that legal, or John, can we do that?
Absolutely.
Would you like to amend your recommendation? And so I'll second his motion to bring it back and include the committee with the ad hoc and city staff so that we can be transparent. I see you looking at me, Councilman Becerra.
Well, Mayor, if I just want to make sure that you understand that if you're meeting with the commission, I keep using the wrong
yeah, share with me about
including
the committee.
But if you do use the commission, and that is a policy decision, if you feel like that's the best way to develop this policy, I fully support it. Just remember, if you're meeting with the commission, it will be a Brown Act meeting. It will be open to the public. And so there'll have to be public comment, and there will be an opportunity.
And I'm okay with it being open to the public.
Yes, it would be. That's why
I really
I
am, because I'm not trying to hide anything. I think it would be great to and I always love the comments from the audience because, they only want to hear what they want to hear. We open it up to the public, and we can have it at the police community room where we all sit at the table. Because here you cannot, right? But the police community room, you can, unless you know of another room where they don't say, it's the police department, so we don't want to go there. But I would support a motion to bring it back in 60 to 90 days. I know right now, Mr. City Manager, got a lot going on. And it gives Jack time as well to get to know the lay of the land in Santa Ana. Again, welcome to the last two meetings. I'm sure they're very interesting to you. And that we come back with some recommendations. But the one thing I will not yield to is the training. I just want to make it really clear, because you can't analyze and take a position and give recommendations on something you know nothing about. If all you know is what you read on social media, or what you see, or what you think you saw, or that 2-minute video or 2-second video, or whatever it may be. But if you go into this academy and you learn how the inner workings, nobody's going to change you and tell you to become a police officer, but it will educate you. And education is very powerful when we're analyzing cases. So I am not an attorney, but you go through a lot of education. Is that correct, Councilmember Fan, to become an attorney?
Yes, and we have to do
and Madam City Attorney.
continuing legal
So
education.
It comes with a lot of training, right? So, they're going to be analyzing cases, they're going to be researching them, and they're going to make a recommendation with Jack. And I'm sure, Jack, you have lots of training as well. So if you want to amend your motion, I will support it. And then we'll go on to the other comments and see if we can move on from this item.
In my motion, including the Oversight Director?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes, of course.
You didn't say it. So I amend my motion.
We'll take up Jack's 7 hours that day, okay?
And if we could keep it at City Hall somewhere, just so everybody.
Well, I don't know if there's a room other than the first floor. I don't know if there's a room available to do that.
So we can do it at the city council chambers, but
Okay.
just to clarify, and I think the city, we will do whatever you as the policymakers want us to do, right? So, I think we got the permanent appointment in August. That'll be a year of our permanent appointment city manager. One of the things that we heard as part of the direction from City Council was to make sure we get the Oversight Director. We got him. Then work in the ordinance that starts the work. And it goes more to the points in the discussion, and I'm just making a general comment how it's being discussed. Right. What the LA issue, who was not being completed, illustrated was the challenges. The challenges that the city attorney mentioned 2-3 years ago when it got approved, and one of the premises why we introduced this policy amendments today, right? What you saw and what you're seeing here is this level of collaboration between, the city manager's office, the city attorney's office, obviously the director within 2 weeks of being hired, and of course the police department. This is what we try to present today, a policy that tries to address not just confidence within the public, not just confidence within the commission, confidence with the city council, and confidence within the police department, right? This is the community per se that we're looking at to make sure we're all respectful of. This is the key component. That's what we're trying to get at, right? So any amendment changes is exactly to that capacity, to meet the intent and spirit, right? Stay within the charter confines and parameters, and still do the work that we need to do. That's our aspects. So to that end, we can have the meeting at City Council chambers, right? And then so that we understand clearly is the ad hoc committee or the whole City Council, just to actually clarify the motion, and two, with the commission or a representative ad hoc of the commission, just so we're clear, so we know what to work with.
The ad hoc tie? Give me a look.
Well, what is the motion? I don't even understand the full motion. That's why it's kind of jumbled.
Go ahead.
My motion initially was to send it back to the commission and the Oversight Director and community. The mayor wants to bring in the ad hoc committee as well to revise it and bring it back as in 90 days, 60 days, I said. 60 days and bring it back. So it could be more flushed out where community input is also part of the process.
Mayor, if I just may real quick.
Go ahead.
There's an old phrase, lead, follow, or get out of the way. So we convened an ad hoc. We had numerous meetings as an ad hoc, right? This item was agendized at our last council meeting. And before that, it was available to the public a week in advance, a full week in advance. So you had 1 week, the meeting, the item got punted. You had another week, and then here we are today. I would argue because we had probably about an hour and a half worth of testimony, we had community input. In fact, not only did we have just the community input, we have some folks in the audience from Irvine, but we also had actual oversight committee members show up and give their 2 cents tonight. So I'm not sure what else you're looking for. I think at this point, you just need to spit out. If you don't like something in the ordinance, you want to change it, go ahead and say it. And I think that's what we're here to do tonight. The buck stops on this dais. In the city of Santa Ana, we need to find out, we need to figure out what we want to do to move forward. It could be to do nothing. It could be to do something. But it should be here. Again, I want there to be input. And that was satisfied because it's been out there for a long period of time. Now, if this was just something that was an emergency item and nobody saw it and everybody had to scramble, I would completely agree with you, Mayor Pro Tem, and I would say, yeah, no, let's slow this down. Let's make sure that everybody has a chance to digest what's being proposed and provide their input. But they've had that chance. We've had that chance. So at some point, we need to just say we're going to do this or we're not, or we're going to do this, but maybe with some changes. So with all due respect, I would, well, at this point, no, I won't, but I'm just, as far as what you guys were discussing, as far as bringing it back to somebody else to do something else, I would say at this point, I think it should be something that it's on our dais tonight. Let's have the discussion. If we want to continue it, that's fine, but to go back to another committee and comprise of X, Y, and Z, I think it's been out there long enough for folks to digest it. They provided their input tonight. I think we now need to fulfill our responsibility and make decisions here.
Thank you. Councilmember Hernandez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just wanted to share or ask a question to our Chief of Police. We were talking about complaints against our officers, Chief. Could you give me an idea of the percentage of the complaints sustained against the police officers? You guys said 96 complaints in 2024. What is the amount sustained?
I don't have those numbers with me, but understanding having 96 or 94, that doesn't mean we completed 96 or 94 of those investigations for that year, because there's a lot of things that can delay an investigation. So the numbers that we report, we have to report to DOJ. Those numbers are not all encompassing of those 96 complaints. They're the complaints that we've sustained or unfounded or not sustained or exonerated thus far at the point in time when we report to DOJ.
Thank you, Chief. Part of my concern as to why I think we need to have oversight on a department that is independent of your department is because every council meeting I ask your department a question. For instance, related to June 9th, I asked you how many shots were fired at the public, how many tear gas rounds. I still haven't gotten that response, sir.
And that is correct, council member. We have a 60-day requirement that we have to report out to DOJ, and we're still trying to decipher because we weren't the only agency present. Not only was it our mutual aid partners, but it was also federal agencies that we were not responsible for. We do have to provide a report to DOJ within 60 days, and when that's ready, you will have your answer then.
Thank you, Chief. I wanted to share that on the record because I'm looking at policescorecard.org, which is a nonprofit organization. And it shows that since 2013 to 2023, we have had over 20 police killings in Santa Ana, 268 civilian complaints of police misconduct. Do you have an idea of the percentage that were sustained, Police Chief?
No, I do not.
3% of complaints sustained between 2016 to 2022. That is precisely why, Chief, I wanted to put this on the record because I respect our city, I respect our department, but I think that's where the morale is struggling between the public. I want to be frank and honest when I say this. Part of why my stance on accountability is so strong is because residents do not trust our department. I see the emails, I see their concerns when they say, hey, I want to call, the police related to XYZ, but we don't get responses, or we don't get officers that come back to our property, or they're not treating us with respect, or what have you. But I just wanted to put it on the record, Chief, because I think that this is part of why the independent oversight is so critical to the city, and it's why Jack Morris is going to play such an important role in maintaining the independence, because we are truly trying to build a bridge and establish trust. And it isn't rooted in any feelings that are anti-police. These feelings are rooted in equity. They're rooted in justice. They're rooted in representation. They're rooted in law and order. And that's what people want. And so I just want to say I thank my colleagues for today's dialogue, and I'll be supporting the motion on the floor, and I'm looking forward to this coming back in 60 days. Thank you, Chief.
Councilmember Fenn.
Yes. No. To continue on with my questions, Director Morse, is there anything in state law that prohibits the Police Oversight Commission from being both an auditing and an investigative body?
No.
Thank you. So this, the conversation we've been having about being an auditing body or auditing model, an audit model versus an investigative model, that dichotomy doesn't have to exist. You could do both subject to resources, correct?
Correct. As I mentioned, there's a hybrid model that's in place in San Diego.
Right. When we spoke earlier, I believe it was Councilmember Becerra asked a question of Attorney Bogosian that some of the changes to the ordinance was because of this concern regarding POBAR's 1 year, I guess, kind of statute of limitations, right?
There was that concern flagged, yes.
Right, and but that concern is more to do with sometimes investigations can take quite a long time, and we don't want back-to-back investigations that take longer than a year, but then we can't actually, enforce any discipline.
Correct. If the 1 year has passed, you cannot impose discipline.
Right. But that's an issue of process. There's not, the change is in an effort to make the process simpler and less likely to violate that 1 year statute of limitations, but it's not that we will for sure violate that 1 year statute of limitations.
Right. It's to
Guardrails.
avoid that and to avoid any kind of conflict or any kind of confusion.
Right, and we can also avoid such statute of limitations by, for example, limiting, well, if you only had a police oversight investigation and not the IA with the recommendations of discipline, right, that could be an alternative, right, to ensure that we would not violate the 1 year statute of limitations.
If there were processes and, as Mr. Morse said, protocols in place to ensure compliance with POBAR.
Great, thank you. Question regarding POBAR. There were a lot of comments, and when it comes to any type of misconduct by any employee who has vested rights in their job, it's very important that we follow due process investigations because, again, their jobs are protected under both state and federal law. What happens if POBAR is violated? Say an investigation was improper or an officer was fired without a completed investigation?
Great question, Councilmember. There's two potential remedies available to the officer. Obviously, if discipline is imposed in violation of POBAR, they can file an administrative appeal, and that goes through the appeal process. Of course, another option they have is to file a lawsuit for a violation under Government Code 3300.
So let's say the city or the Police Oversight Commission, IA, et cetera, right, going through this process, investigates, but let's say someone gets fired without a proper investigation, right? It doesn't get completed or for some reason, public pressure. They get fired. They can sue the city or appeal, right?
Correct.
Can they get reinstated?
Oh, absolutely. Of course, if it goes through the appellate process, the administrative appeal process, and ultimately goes on a written mandate to the court, the Superior Court can reverse the discipline imposed and reinstate the officer. And then that would also implicate back pay and wages that were lost.
I was going to say, do they get attorney's fees?
Potentially.
Okay.
It just depends if it's statutorily permitted based on the causes of action that they bring.
Thank you. So I just want to make sure that when we're talking about these processes for investigating alleged misconduct, the reason why we want to ensure that we go through a thorough investigation that complies with POBAR, despite any type of photographic, videographic, or other statements that may implicate an officer, ensuring that we do a completed investigation ensures that we hold any officer who may have actually violated the law accountable so that they cannot then sue the city to reverse a firing, get reinstated, get back pay, and get attorney's fees, correct?
Absolutely. We want to ensure a robust process that complies with the law and due process rights.
So if the city decides to fire an officer because of public pressure in violation of POBAR, the city would be forced potentially to reinstate these officers who may have actually done something in violation of the law.
Yes, That's right.
You said yes?
I said yes.
Thank you. I appreciate it. So I just wanted to clarify because this process of ensuring our investigations are thorough ensures that our officers protect their due process rights under POBAR, but also ensures that we hold officers who did something wrong accountable so that they cannot be reinstated because of a technicality under state or federal law. I do not want an officer who has in fact done something wrong to be able to be reinstated into the Santa Ana Police Department because we did not follow the rules. So thank you. I really appreciated that clarification. Now, regarding the director, I know there's a lot of conversation relating to who the city council has authority over. That is the city clerk, city attorney, and city manager. Is there anything under state law that prohibits the city council from having authority over the director other than our city charter?
I am not aware of any additional state law, but remember, as a charter city, the general laws of the state don't apply to you.
Right, but the charter can be amended via a ballot initiative started by the public or a ballot measure placed on a ballot
By the city council.
By the city
Correct.
council.
Absolutely correct.
Which is similar to what Oakland did. Thank you. So I just want to clarify that it is not outside of the realm of possibility that the city council places a ballot measure on the ballot to bring another employee under the direction of the city council. I'm not saying that's the case. I'm just saying that
And
it's
that's
possible.
exactly the advice, that's specifically and precisely the advice that I gave in this council chambers in 2022.
I remember.
Yes.
So, thank you. Another question is relating to section 2-665A. It states that there were some edits indicating that the commission shall review, evaluate, and make recommendations to the city manager regarding the police department's policies, practices, and procedures. It did strike out, develop programs and strategies to promote positive police community relations and make appropriate recommendations to the city manager and the city council. May I ask what was the reason for the strikeout? That's on page 15-7, section 2-665A. Yes. So I just want to know why we have the strikeouts to the provisions stating that the commission shall develop programs and strategies to promote positive police community relations and make appropriate recommendations to the city manager and the city council.
Okay.
15-7 or 414 of the ordinance, or page 649 of the agenda packet.
So in the end, it's giving the administrative responsibility again to the city manager to make sure we implement the proper policy within the police department. There's no, from our perspective, there was no necessary language in the municipal code that doesn't require the commission to still make that recommendation to the director and to the city manager, or for that matter, as the city council appointed commissioner to make it to the city council. That's the only reason why.
But there's nothing prohibiting it.
Exactly.
Right, because I do understand in a variety of different cities, as well as I think even our own potential, I think when we were going through reviews of different ordinances, for example, various commissions can make recommendations to the city council in adopting a policy.
So one part of the perspective we looked at, I think the planning commission was one of them that we looked at specifically. So again, it maintains the parameters within the administrative body, which is again within the city organizational structure. So the planning commission may present ideas and present to the administrative body, right? And therefore, to then from that aspect go to from let's say executive director planning and building to the city manager and up to chain of command. That's the parameters, right? So it's not a permissive or prohibitive component We're just maintaining the same administrative parameters. So a city council appointed commissioner does not necessarily have to only do it through this venue. That doesn't prohibit them to talk to you directly.
Right. So then I guess to me, subdivision A should only strike out the last, phrase and the city council, because there's nothing, in my opinion, or any type that says police chief and city council. Review, evaluate, and make recommendations to the city manager regarding the police department's policies, practices, and procedures, develop programs and strategies to promote positive police community relations, and make appropriate recommendations to the city manager.
And we have no problem with that.
Thank you. In subsection, so it's still section 2-665B4, it states that complaints made against Santa Ana police officers only when, let me back up. Subdivision B states that the Police Oversight Commission receive, hear, and review, Subdivision 4, complaints made against Santa Ana police officers only when the internal affairs investigation is completed with sustained findings for the following conduct: prejudice, discrimination, dishonesty, etc. Will you please clarify, I'm not sure who to direct this to, why it is relating to only when an IA investigation is complete with sustained findings?
I can address one component of that. I'll leave the policy decision-making. But with regard to the legal aspect of it, this again addresses that dual investigation, the tracking as it relates to POBAR and Government Code 3303. It could obviously create confusion. It could result in costly and needless litigation. With respect to the sustained findings, one of the things that was discussed and ultimately determined was to track the state law, again, under Penal Code Section 832.7, and we do understand that there are individuals who view the fact that the complaint must be sustained as too narrow. But to reiterate, the amendments are not only consistent with state law, they actually provide transparency, because if it's sustained findings, then the public does get disclosure of those records, so they can get all of it. They can get everything. So that answers the legal component of that.
Thank you. But just to clarify, when you're saying state law, you mean the Public Records Act?
The Penal Code Section 832.7, okay. Yes.
Okay. So I guess when we're talking about the dual track investigation, right, again, the concern there is the back-to-back interrogation of any officer who's been alleged misconduct, who has alleged misconduct. So we want to avoid that. And we want to avoid missing the 1-year deadline. Makes sense. But there's nothing legally prohibiting the commission under state law from receiving, hearing, and reviewing complaints made against a Santa Ana police officer relating to the following conducts: prejudice or discrimination against a protected class, dishonesty.
Yes, and you know what, before you even finished, I knew exactly where you're going. I don't know if it's because it's lawyer to lawyer, but I know exactly where you're going. Your concern, I get it, because we're trying to I think you're trying to distinguish between an investigation and the commission being able to hear someone come forward and say, there's this complaint regarding sexual misconduct by this officer, or there's an excessive force complaint against this officer. I just want to know what that complaint is. I'd like to know that it's being investigated by the IA, and what's the timeline. I think that's different, right, from a dual track investigation where you're interrogating an officer.
So we didn't have mind meld. I guess what I was trying to clarify is, while I do understand the concerns relating to making sure we don't have a dual track investigation, there's nothing preventing the Police Oversight Commission from doing the investigation regarding these various topics, correct?
If I may offer a perspective.
Sure.
I think one way to look at it, and I may get pushed back from the city attorney's office.
I'm sorry, first, will you please answer the legal question that I just asked and then give me your perspective? Is there anything legally prohibiting the Police Oversight Commission from reviewing, hearing, and receiving complaints made against an SAPD officer relating to prejudice, discrimination, dishonesty, sexual assault, etc.?
I think 832.7 can be read to allow a police commission to investigate those complaints.
Okay, thank you. But I want to hear your perspective now.
The Penal Code is a little confusing.
I wonder who wrote that.
Yeah, I'd like to have words with him. Some components contemplate a sustained finding without clarifying that the police commission can make that finding. But certain instances, including sexual assault, dishonesty, discrimination, and unlawful arrest or unlawful search, the Penal Code contemplates an oversight agency conducting those investigations. So something to keep in mind, if the city moves forward with an oversight model, as the ordinance is drafted now, the commission is restricted, as I read it, with the revisions, to only looking at IA investigations regarding those 4 categories where IA made sustained findings. I think the Penal Code gives the Oversight Commission the authority to look at all IA investigations, even if IA did not make a sustained finding, because the Oversight Agency also has authority to conduct those investigations. Therefore, the Oversight Agency can get access to those underlying records so that it could better assess and audit those IA investigations.
Thank you. So essentially, what I'm trying to get at and trying to understand is that it seems to me that this addition limits or narrows the areas that may be received, heard, and reviewed by the commission, but that we don't have to narrow it so much, that it could be broader given that they can actually do the investigation of any of these topics.
I think it could be broader.
Thank you.
And if I may add to that.
Sure.
Penal Code 832.7 notes that records regarding officer-involved shootings may be made public. And in the Penal Code, you don't see that the restriction limited to OISs that end in death. The city ordinance restricts that access to OISs that end in death. I'm not sure why, but my concern is an investigation or an audit should not be limited to officer-involved shootings that end in death. Whether or not that officer is investigated should not depend on whether or not that officer is a qualified marksman. If an officer points his or her weapon at a person and discharges that weapon, regardless of whether they miss, I think that should be investigated and audited.
Thank you. So, and I think a lot of this has to do with the fact that a variety of state laws, federal laws, case law, are subject to a variety of interpretations, right? This is why we don't have a consistent oversight model in every agency, every department, et cetera, and they're all a little bit different. And reasonable minds may differ. That's why there's this court case right now. So that's very helpful, and I'm glad you're here. My other question is relating to, we had some comments, I can't remember who brought it up, about members of the Oversight Commission reaching out to the public. I think this was regarding the mutual aid request. Okay, thank you. Where I think some members of the commission had said, hey, if you saw anything, report it, et cetera, right? And we had concerns regarding whether they would be impartial and whether they're going to be a proper investigative body. I guess my question is, what is the limitations on educating the public when you're a member of such a commission? So for example, is the commission able to say or educate members of the public regarding this is the process for submitting a complaint? This is what we do when we receive a complaint. What is the line there in your experience, if you have any? Or has no oversight body you've worked with done that kind of education?
I'll try to answer your question, Councilmember, and let me know if I don't. But generally what I've seen, public oversight entities will provide access to the complaint process on their website. They will include detailed instructions as to how a complaint can be filed and what happens after that complaint is filed. So as I mentioned earlier, in other auditing-based agencies such as LA County OIG, LA City OIG, Pasadena, et cetera, the website will say, you can file your complaint here, we will forward it to the police department, and then we will audit how the police department goes about investigating that complaint. I absolutely think that there should be widespread public information made available about how to file a complaint. When I was with DOJ, usually we would include language in a consent decree that dictated how the complaint process should be publicized, and we would require, paper complaints be left in public facilities like libraries, things like that, and that PRAs, what do they call them? Public.
Well, it's kind of like one of those have a comment box.
Yeah.
So that makes sense because you want to make it as accessible as possible. So in your expert opinion, is a commissioner prohibited from sharing information regarding the generic process itself?
To my knowledge, there's no law that prohibits a commissioner from generally sharing how a complaint can be filed.
Thank you. But do you think that there is some type of limitation or concern when there is whether it's one commissioner, the entire commission, whatever, begins to solicit complaints or investigations?
I think commissioners should be able to provide public information regarding how to file a complaint. I'm not familiar with the specific details regarding one or two of the commissioners who.
I don't think it matters. I think it's just more, say, Councilmember Fan goes and does something crazy, or there's an officer Fan goes out and does something wild in the police car, right? And then a commissioner says, hey, did you see that? Send a complaint in.
If a member of the public wants to know how to file a complaint, that question should certainly be answered.
Okay. But I'm guessing, okay. So let me backtrack then, because I'm trying to understand the limitations of what the commission can do here, because it is my understanding that when I approved this commission, it wasn't solely just to be a review body. I think it could do that. I think that's a great idea. I think that what you had explained to me as to reviewing the variety of investigations and determining where are the shortcomings, what are the type of misbehavior or misconduct that is repeated, I think gets to the root of a variety of issues. But I also believe that there was a strong consensus, it seems to me, if I recall correctly, to have an investigative body that can look into specific types of misconduct. However, I also recall a lot of concerns about having the Oversight Commission look at specific or different policies to give recommendations, right?
And I want to
Madam
respond
City
to this because I think I know what you're trying to get at. I think that there's a difference on any legislative body, whether it's a police commission or the city council, in giving information and outright advocacy or aggressive advocacy. That's where I think the line is drawn. And I think with respect to the police commissioners, it's not that the police commissioners can say, oh, there was a protest out at such and such intersections on Sunday, and we heard that there were some maybe potentially inappropriate behaviors. If anybody in the community is aware of those, could you please, there's a process for reporting those. There's a process for reporting those, and we really want to get to the bottom of this. That is very different from going on social media and saying the police are terrible people, this is what they did, and posting that over social media, because I think in my mind, the difference between, hey, I'm a commissioner and I have a duty as commissioner to look deeply into these things. I want to know if there's misdoings and inappropriate behavior versus that advocacy. I think personally that that's where it draws a line. I think if you have that level of advocacy, then it just works against what we're trying to achieve, which is this way of looking at these issues freshly, right? We want a fresh perspective, and we want there to be clarity. And I think you can't have that, because if you're going to create that animosity on the commission, then the commission's not going to function. Same thing with the city council. And I've sent you guys these things about being civil and doing the right thing, because it deters from the purpose of the council. It deters from the purpose of the commission. So I think it's the information. I think we're all in agreement versus the advocacy.
Thank you. And as a legal matter, when there is such advocacy in one direction or another, but in particular, say, against the police department only because POBAR exists, right? There's no POBAR for the public, but there's POBAR for an individual police officer with due process rights. Are there legal concerns if a member of the commission advocates in that manner that may then violate POBAR or due process for an officer?
I think it is. I mean, I think they have to be mindful of the law in the same way that council members have to be mindful of the law.
Thank you. So the reason why such admonition is made is to ensure that if an officer who's been alleged to have misconduct is found to have misconduct, is to ensure that we can actually implement discipline, and so that they do not then appeal and get reinstated and get back pay.
Yeah, and even if their claims cannot be substantiated, if you have an officer who is potentially subject to discipline but can show evidence of members of the commission or members of the council saying negative things about them or aggressively going against them, whether that's actionable or not, it's going to end up in the lawsuit.
Thank you.
Right?
So I just wanted to understand, right, because I do believe that it's important for members of any commission, the city council, to educate the public in this type of new process that we're trying to implement. The other question I had is relating to statements, I guess a First Amendment question, because this is kind of difficult, right? When you're sitting as a hearing body, and maybe Director Morse, you can answer this, or Madam City Attorney. When you're sitting as a hearing body, I imagine while you do have First Amendment rights when you exist out in the world, such statements may then affect your ability to carry out your duties as a hearing body.
Yes, as I always tell the city council members, when you're sitting there as legislators, you can have very strong opinions. But when you're sitting as a quasi, adjudicative body, looking at a CUP review on appeal or a variance, I always tell you your opinions at this point don't matter. It's the evidence and the findings you make to support it. And if you go off before a CUP appeal and I hear that you're advocating for or against the applicant, you'll be disqualified. And there is case law in California that says you are violating their due process rights.
I remember. I do. Clark.
Okay, Councilman,
So
you done?
I guess, well, just to close my comments out, is, because there were some concerns about being able to speak publicly and what can we do to educate the public. I think it's really important to remind members of the public, but that the reason sometimes, whether it's the council or members of the commission, cannot speak about cases or certain issues is to ensure that any type of discipline, if there are any, we protect the due process rights of the officers and any type of discipline that may be imposed. I would like to make a comment regarding the motion. I still have so many questions. I guess that if we're going to do a study session with the Police Oversight Commission, with the ad hoc, I'd request that I'd be able to be there. It's going to be a Brown Act meeting anyway. Might as well do a study session.
Well, I'd say if you wanted to do that, I think for safety, if people want to listen, maybe safer under the Brown Act to notice both
meetings. I don't understand why we wouldn't.
Notice the city council and the commission if you're headed in that direction. That would be my advice.
Councilmember Becerra.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. All right, there we go. I want to thank Councilmember Fan for bringing up the, really kind of drilling down on the whole emphasis about the 1 year and POBAR, because I think when we had the first ad hoc, that was probably one of the things that we spent a lot of time talking about, was trying to understand if we're going to pursue as a part or a component, and I think like a hybrid of the Police Oversight Commission to have an investigative function, then there would have to be guarantees, because for those that want to ensure that this commission weighs in on potential punishment or some sort of penalties, you would have to have had everything wrapped up within a year. And given the complexities of some of these investigations, that's not possible. And so it would be, I would say, unfair for this council to promise the community that there would be a process that would ensure that somebody's investigated and that absolutely a recommendation for potential discipline or action would be guaranteed, because there's a very likely chance that the investigation being done concurrently by PD would not be able to be completed in time. And so by the time that, based on some of the stuff that our director had already mentioned as far as what they're limited to, it just couldn't be done. And so I think, at least for me personally, that's where I started to say, well, okay, the investigative component is a little more difficult to accomplish. With that, I want to go back to kind of piggybacking off of what Councilmember Fan was asking, which is going back to, let's see, it would be 2-665B4. And when we talk about complaints made against Santa Ana police officers only when the internal affairs investigation is completed with sustained findings for the following conduct, and it lists the 6 items. Please remind me and clarify, at least I don't know why I'm remembering it this way, and I think it might have been also something you said tonight. So if it's not sustained findings, then POBAR kicks in as far as what is disclosable to the public. Is that correct?
Not POBAR, but Penal Code 832.7,
okay,
which is the disclosure of confidential peace officer personnel records.
So then, just so everybody understands the same thing, so if this section did not say with sustained findings,
correct,
what implications does that have? So if I say to you, Tamara,
yes,
we're striking with sustained findings.
Yes, good question. If the sustained findings is stricken, then I agree with Mr. Morse that the commission can still review not sustained findings, but the public would not have access to those records for the categories under 832.7 where a sustained finding is required.
And those categories are the ones that are listed here as 1 through 6.
The little I, little I.
I'm sorry, I, yeah,
yes,
I through 6.
Exactly, through 6.
So those, in other words, the commission can review them.
Yes.
And then when they're done, their findings could not be disclosable.
No, not unless a pitches motion is filed and there's a court order.
Okay.
Or the officer consents and agrees to release.
Okay, so then I guess, so let's say, just bear with me. So let's say we strike the words with sustained findings.
Right.
So we basically say, okay, commission, we want to allow you to review these. Because for the spirit and intent of trying to say, how does this commission provide policy recommendations so that they can better improve their processes? If we strike with sustained findings from this section.
Yes.
So then the commission reviews it. Does it prevent them from having a public discussion? Does it then become a closed session discussion? I guess walk me through, how do they get from reviewing these to then the ultimate goal, which is to give the city manager and ultimately the chief the policy recommendations because of what they investigated based on dishonesty, sexual assault, one of these categories?
For the confidential peace officer record categories, they would need to discuss that in closed session and review those materials under the cloak of confidentiality and the confidentiality agreement that they signed. In the event that the commission reviews not sustained findings, for example, and want to make policy recommendations, it's got to be sanitized so it can be statistics and data and general information not connected to a particular investigation or a particular officer.
So they can still make policy recommendations. They just couldn't say based off of X officer.
Or an incident that occurred at this location at this time involving this officer.
So a lot of blacking out information.
Yes.
Okay. So let me see. So I'm just going to throw a sub motion in here. So what I'd like to throw out, bear with me. So move the item tonight with, and this is based off of some of the items that Councilmember Pham brought up. So 2-665A, adding back in the language up to the word manager. So then that section would read, regarding the police department's policies, practices, and procedures, develop programs and strategies to promote positive police community relations and make appropriate recommendations to the city manager, period. And then, let's see. Oh, actually, let me pause my motion making for 1 second. So the other question I had, B31, in regards to, and this is a section that we're not recommending changes to. So it says basically complaints made against Santa Ana police officers. Then it says officer-involved shootings, discharge of a firearm at a person by a Santa Ana peace officer that results in death. And as the discussion was going on, yeah, if a police officer is shooting, whether they hit the person or not, wouldn't that be something that this commission should review, right? And so whether it results in death or not, if we were to strike the words that results in death, are there any potential implications?
Not at all. In fact, the statute itself does not include that results in death.
Okay, so that would be my other part of the motion. So 2-665A and then 2-665B31, removing the phrase that results in death. And then B4, removing with sustained findings. And I guess, I'm going to ask you, Madam City Attorneys, is there anything that we need to add to this section then to clarify what we just discussed as far as what can be disclosed, or is that something that doesn't need to be included in here because that is already covered in state law?
You literally just said what I was going to say.
Perfect.
Covered in state law.
See, I have a better mind melt than you did. So with that,
Actually, there was contact. That's criminal battery. Thank you.
well, it doesn't cover in here, so we're good. So with that, that'll be my motion with those 3 amendments.
Councilman Penalosa.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to, first off, thank city staff and the city attorney's office and the people that came in to speak tonight. Like many members of the public, when I first saw these proposed changes, it was when they were first published just last month. And to be quite honest, I think I mentioned it to the city manager. I was a little confused at why we were reopening this conversation, why it was happening again, why we were seeing these changes. But all those questions have been answered today. Thank you, City Attorney's Office, Tamara and Sonia, for walking us through the process of how we got here and why we're having this conversation tonight. And thank you to the ad hoc members for really digging into this to make sure, you know, we were able to clean up the ordinance. I had some questions in clarifying the legal and operational recommendations that were, or adjustments that were being recommended tonight. One of the things that and Councilmember Becerra mentioned this earlier, I mean, at least as one of the original council members that agendized this to kickstart this conversation and get us here, which seems like it was just yesterday, but it was 5 years ago, to get us to this point. The intention was always on my behalf is to make our police department better and bridge that trust and community oriented policing that we want to. And nobody likes bad cops. I mean, that's also, you know, accountability is part of it. And all of us up here have always shown to support that. Some of the changes in the ordinance that I do support right off the bat, and I think it's important, is the training and the mandated attendance of the Citizens Police Academy by our commissioners. And to be quite honest with everybody, I mean, I've watched a couple of these meetings, tuned in, and a lot of some of the conversations that I see happening are pretty painful. I mean, the questions being asked, a lot of them are surrounding policy, are, just to be honest, some of them come off as stupid. The questions, I'm like, are they really asking these questions? Or are they just trying to make a show, or do they really not know? So I think it's important that if they're going to be suggesting and recommending policy changes to our police department, these commissioners should know what these policies are and what these operational procedures within our police department are. It just it's common sense to me that would be a requirement. It would probably make the meetings more efficient because there wouldn't be a need to ask a lot of the questions that are sometimes asked, that you sit there scratching your head. It's like, why? How are you an oversight commissioner, but you don't know just basic procedure and policies that our police department operates under every single day? The one amendment that I had questions with, and I guess this is just, again, operationally, and I've always been the way that I've never wavered from my process-oriented policy decision making. It's getting from A, B to C, right? The confidentiality section and updates that while I understand why, and I'm very supportive of it, I'm trying to understand just operationally, if we were to make changes to the confidentiality side of the conversations, how would that play out in a public conversation? I know that when releasing information, and maybe the city attorney's office could chime into this, how does that look like in a public police oversight commission meeting when you have these confidentiality changes? Can somebody walk me through that just briefly?
The confidentiality section, are you addressing 2-663 specifically?
Yes.
Okay, and the changes made there about the failure to comply?
Right.
Right. That was added based on the fact that there are provisions, obviously, as we've discussed this evening, with respect to the confidentiality of peace officer personnel records. If the request is, can you legally remove that amendment? Yes, you can legally remove it, but it doesn't have an accountability factor there for commissioners who may violate confidentiality. So it's a policy decision for this council, for this body to make a decision
Right,
on.
and I understand that, but what I'm trying to say is, how do you have a public conversation about a pending investigation or matter before, if there's a confidentiality clause? Because I can't, let's say there is a use of force complaint lodged against a police officer by a member of the public, and this police oversight commission is auditing or investigating, overseeing, whatever the word you want to use. How do you have that conversation? Is that something that's done privately behind closed doors, or is this something that's openly discussed during the police oversight commission? I don't see how you could easily have that conversation without violating a confidentiality clause.
Now I understand your question.
Okay.
It depends, and I know you're going to say, well, that's always a lawyer's response, but really it does. It depends on the subject matter of the investigation. If it is one of the categories under 832.7 that is subject to public disclosure, then it's going to be discussed publicly, no problem. Now, certain things will need to be redacted, witness names, specific identifying information, that we don't want disclosed publicly. But if it is not one of those categories and it is not a sustained finding, that would have to occur either sanitized, like I was telling Councilmember Becerra, without a particular officer's name, particular incident that maybe might be publicly known, through social media or whatever, or in closed session.
So during conversations, during publishing of any staff report for the Police Oversight Commission, it would just be, names would be redacted, it'd just be, and would the commission know which officer this is, or would it just be officer number one did this, and that, to citizen number two or number one, and officer two? I mean, is that what?
If they've reviewed the files privately in closed session and they know about the incident and then it's sanitized, yes, they'll know.
Okay.
But if it wasn't previously disclosed to them, they would not.
So these, and I know, and I want to thank Councilmember Fan for always asking all the right legal questions, and because I don't want to violate anybody's due process or poll bar rights or any of that. So I'm happy that this conversation happened, but I still have a lot of questions on just the basic process and operational side of it. So yeah, I know there's like 5 motions on the floor.
And I have to interrupt you with one more. I am so sorry. This is
Past
your
11 o'clock.
11 o'clock warning bell. So we either.
I'll make a motion to 11:30.
I'll second.
I'll sub-motion to keep going until we get this done tonight.
No.
I'll second.
I'll make a sub-motion to come back in 60 days.
Dear God.
Okay, hold on a second. Let's go back to the issue that was raised. Exactly. What is before you is only the time. If you do not make a motion to continue conversations and identify which agenda items. Okay, so the mayor made it. Is there a second to the mayor's motion?
To 11:30.
No, I withdraw my second.
I'll second.
Thank you, Councilman.
So I sub-motion to move till we get this done tonight.
And I'll make a sub-motion to.
There's already a substitute motion. We're waiting for a second on the substitute.
Is there a second?
I'll second the sub-motion to just, whatever the decision is, to
Then
get
let's
it done
vote
today.
on the substitute motion, which is to continue conversation until this item's finished.
Want to do a roll call, Madam Clerk, please?
Yes, motion by Councilmember Becerra, seconded by Councilmember Peñalosa to continue the meeting until this item is concluded. Councilmember Becerra?
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez?
No.
Councilmember Peñalosa?
Yes.
Councilmember Fan?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez?
No.
Mayor Mesua?
Yes.
Vote is 4 ayes, 2 nays. Nays by Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez and Councilmember Hernandez, and noted absence by Councilmember Lopez. Motion carries. This item will be discussed until concluded.
Am I able to make a sub?
Are you done?
So yeah, those are my comments. Thank you.
So I have a comment, and then I think it looks like we're done. I don't see any microphones going up. And then there's a motion. So I just have a comment. And I thank everybody for the comments and questions, city staff, the ad hoc committee. But there was a lot of discussion tonight about transparency, the community, and we want them to trust us. And, POBAR is very important to officers and, all those wonderful things. However, as I'm sitting here listening, it's also the police department that needs to, we also want to have a positive relationship with the police department, because there are, Mr. City Manager, over 500 employees of the city police department? So over 600 employees of the police department. So I would hope that none of us up here want to have something before us that makes our police department, or our officers for that matter, hesitate to do their job, think that as a council, we're out to get them, and we're going to, because this commission, this Oversight Commission, there has been a few incidents. And thank you, Councilmember Fan, for asking the questions about commissioners and how do we get that information. I know your head's growing bigger tonight, but how do we get that information out? And I know you had answers from Jack and our city attorney, but when you have commissioners that are hostile to and even council members, hostile to our police department, it causes problems for the entire city. And I remember when I got elected, one of the conversations was with somebody in the community. I said, there's a cancer in our police department. There was a previous chief, previous city manager, previous leadership. We now have a new city manager. We now have a new police chief. And there's been changes and many improvements. And so with everything that we're talking about up here tonight and how we're going to vote, however we end up voting, is that I really want to be mindful. And people will say, oh, she's saying that because she likes police. I like police, I like fire. And when we say, oh, though the police funded her campaign, that's not true. A lot of people funded my campaign. However, we can say the same thing about people who sit up here. You can look at their donations and think, how much cannabis money did you receive? That's why you want to have a cannabis festival in our city. Or how much did you get from the, whatever party? Or how much did a, certain person give you? Who did your IE? We can do all that all night long. The bottom line to me is that if we're talking about our community being treated right, being transparent, being honest, having open dialogue, then our officers, just like, when firemen come up here and they say, yeah, they save lives, so do officers. And they deserve the exact same thing that the community is asking for, in my opinion. And I think the majority of us up here feel that way, because this is not a gotcha committee. It should not be a, we got you now. We're going to get all these investigations and gotcha. We're going to fire you. Because the moment, and I've had this conversation with the city attorney and the city manager, the moment that, and Jack, you can say I'm wrong, please, if I am. The moment that an officer files a lawsuit because he or she feels that he or she's being treated unfairly by this committee, it will hold us up for however long it takes. And I believe that's why Chief Luna has put a stop to, if I'm correct, has put a halt to his commission at this point because of a lawsuit. Madam City Attorney, is that correct?
Yes, my understanding is that the LA lawsuit. Yeah.
Oh, with Luna, yes.
Yes. And so if an officer files a lawsuit, how long or what will happen? It'll hold us up?
In the investigation?
Yes.
Well, the investigation will have already been completed if they were disciplined and they filed a lawsuit following that disciplinary action.
Mm-hmm.
So it can proceed in the courts for however long it can go, sometimes
That's right.
years. And
Councilmember Fan, again, we're going to give her a lot of kudos tonight. She was in her best tonight. She had good coffee. We will end up paying back pay. That officer he or she will get her job back or his job back, and we will lose. And that's the one thing that, as a mayor sitting up here, I do not want to sit up here and say, well, we got another lawsuit and we're paying $5 million because we did it wrong or because we violated POBAR or whatever. Man, there's all these what ifs, and I think that's what we need to understand up here. The deputy city manager in her last page here, she has, see if I get this right. She has section 2-671-2-699. These are placeholders for potential future provision related to oversight without requiring ordinance restructuring. And thank you for that, because you can bet we're going to come back at some point once things start moving. We're going to come back with changes. Those of us that have been around a long time, whatever position you've had, but you sit on committees or worked for the county for 30 years, with the city manager, any type of executive positions, you know that you may give out a policy today, even as lawyers. You do it today, and tomorrow something changes. And so I'm glad that you put that in there as a placeholder, because you can bet we're going to be back here and we're going to be having a different discussion. So thank you, Deputy City Manager. I appreciate it. And so with that, I think there's a motion on the floor, Madam Clerk.
We have several, actually. The last one that was made was by Councilmember Becerra. However, there was no second to that motion.
Which one?
Related to the 3 amendments to section 2-665A.
Did you make a motion?
2-665B3 and 665B4.
I'll second his motion.
How many motions are actually on the floor? We can have
That
up to
would be
3?
the third.
Huh?
That's the third.
Okay, then we can have 3. There you go.
So this would be a motion by Councilmember Becerra, seconded by Mayor Amezcua, to introduce for first reading the ordinance as presented with the stated revisions to section 2-665A to add back in the stricken through language up to city manager. removing language from 2-665B3 that results in death, and removing language in section 2-665B4 with sustained findings. Councilmember Becerra?
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez?
No.
Councilmember Peñalosa?
Yes.
Councilmember Fan?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez?
No.
Mayor Mesqua?
Yes.
Vote is 3 ayes, 3 nays. Ayes by Mayor Mesqua and Councilmembers Becerra and Peñalosa. Motion fails. Reverting back to the previous sub-motion by Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez, seconded by Mayor Mesqua, to review this ordinance in conjunction with the Police Oversight Commission and Oversight Director in return in 60 days.
Can I ask a question, please? Mr. City Manager, how do you see that? Because it's the ad hoc with the commission. So if Councilmember Fan's asking that she be present, then the entire City Council will want to be present. And so, Madam City Attorney or Mr. City Manager, because it turns into
We just have a joint meeting, so if
Right.
it went that way, we could notice both meetings at the same time.
Great. Okay, so I just want to make sure that we're clear. The public hears it, and so nobody walks out of here and writes the wrong information. So we're really clear. Can you say that, Mr. City Manager?
So actually, so I can understand the motion then. So we're looking at a joint meeting between the City Council and the Police Oversight Commission, one
in
joint
60
meeting.
days.
In 60 days. And our intent is probably to have it here at council chambers to make it a lot easier.
And that will be the only item on the agenda.
Special meeting? Okay.
Okay, go ahead, Madam City Clerk.
Wait,
with the roll
can
call.
I make one friendly amendment? You guys can throw it away if you don't want. As a requirement, everybody up here has a meeting with the city attorney, city manager, and possibly the police chief. Everybody up here needs to be prepared for that meeting, because I don't want to have that meeting just for everybody to go, well, I don't know, and I still have a million questions. No, do the damn homework before you get up here.
I'll support that. Add Morse to it.
Okay, and Morse.
Let's do that.
So those 4.
I'm cool with it.
Okay, I'm just letting you know, I totally, but the more you include, more difficult to potentially schedule. I'm not thinking about me or staff. I'm thinking about our special director.
This is important enough. We need to do it.
I'm free.
He
So
says
I-
he's
I
free.
can make myself
Okay,
available.
okay.
Okay.
Sure. Okay.
All right,
Good.
so then there's a,
This is the motion by Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez, seconded by Mayor Mesqua, to now hold a joint special meeting with the Police Oversight Commission and the Independent Oversight Director to review the proposed ordinance and possible revisions
in 60 days.
And
within 60 days.
And what?
And
that all members of the
And
council
have-
be prepared, and the committee be prepared, and
having met with
with the city manager, city attorney, and the oversight director.
And police chief.
and police chief,
And
those
the
4.
police chief.
Individual meetings by each
No,
council
you can do
member.
them in group, it doesn't matter, as long as they do them.
Meetings with the city manager, the city attorney, the police chief, and the oversight director.
That's correct. You good with that? Okay.
Councilmember Becerra?
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez?
Yes.
Councilmember Peñalosa?
Yes.
Councilmember Fan?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez?
Yes.
Mayor Mesqua?
Yes.
Vote is 6 ayes, no nays, with a recorded absence by Councilmember Lopez. Motion carries. Joint special meeting to be held within the next 60 days.
All right. Okay, let's go right now to Mr. City Manager. Any comments or?
So one major one. So as many are aware, there was a sympathy strike, work stoppage with Republic, our waste collector company. We've been informed that they've initiated the retrieval of all waste, and we've been informed that they should be caught up by the end of the week. At least
Mr. City Manager, our community should at least get a minimum of $20 reimbursement from Republic, if not $40. I'd like to have that discussion with them for reimbursement to our constituents.
We'll set it up.
Thank you. Any other comments?
That is my comments.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you very much. Thank you. I am proud of this body for joining Los Angeles in their litigation against Trump and ICE raids that we've had really proud of the work that we did together. I appreciate you guys for all of us, for each one voting along. Santa Ana has long time led the way from Sanctuary City to Legal Defense Fund. Always been doing good work in that aspect. That being said, I'm also proud of our community for coming together to defend each other. I'm proud of all the groups who have led the way, including OC Rapid Response, the Community Patrol Group. They keep popping up, and I'm just proud of the work that people are doing. I know that I helped organize a mutual aid fundraiser. I was called on by the Garcia brothers at La Santa to do a fundraiser. And we did a fundraiser, and I looked around, and I asked who wants to put on the music, and we got Tesui to organize our musicians, and we got all kinds of folks came in, and we got money, mutual aid, for the National Day Laborers Organization. The Garcia brothers came to me again from La Santa, and let's do some more work. And I mean, great, let me talk to some more people. So of course I called OC Rapid Response Network. Can we do a fundraiser for you, as they've been buying out vendors so they could go for the day, because it's dangerous for vendors to be out there. So thank you to everybody who's participated. We will have Música Na Migra on July 24th, on a Thursday next week at La Santa, of course. Thank you. It's been great. The Delhi Library is open, and it's been a quiet opening, and can't wait to do the grand opening. And also, I'm looking forward to Jerome Park. It's being built right now. There's a lot of work being done, so thank you as we quietly do the work here in Santa Ana. And I appreciate what has become of our city. My staff has put on we've been getting trash bins to every neighborhood that needs one. So if you're in New Horizon or Mid-City or Central City, give my staff a call or reach out to me, and we'll get the trash bins and organize the neighborhood. I know Pacific Park's been doing good. Piccolo and Henninger Park have everything down together, but I need to help organize the other ones as we come across. But thank you, community, for coming together. Have a good night.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Lopez is not here. As we know, she's at Harvard, so there's no comments. Councilman Penalosa?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to thank city staff for indulging us tonight, and also just wanted to double down on the mayor's comment about aggressively going after Republic Services to make sure that they credit our residents and our businesses for, I don't care if they've caught up or if they're going to catch up, they still missed a pickup. So that needs to go back to our residents, because we do pay a lot of money for these services, and I expect for them to be done in a timely manner. So I would hope that we work with our trash hauler to make sure that that credit is issued on their behalf. With that said, I also want to remind our community that this Friday we will be having Toy Story movie at the park, at Memorial Park. Thank you, Parks and Rec, for your work every year in putting this together. We're going to be out there. I know I'll wear my chairman of the toll roads hat for 2 seconds. The toll roads are also going to be out there, and they're going to bring with them a lot of fossils that were initially uncovered when the toll roads were built. It's kind of fascinating, the number of prehistoric animals and mammals and marine animals that were discovered when the 73 and the 241 were being constructed. So just think of how far these freeways are from the ocean, and the fact that there were whales and all kinds of marine animals uncovered. I don't think they'll bring the whales with them, or the fossils, but they will bring some. So please come out, join us, 5 p.m. I believe, and I know the police department's also going to be there hosting National Night Out, which is a very, very popular event with our community, so happy that they're there as well. So looking forward to that. Thank you, everybody, and have a good... Now, before I forget, I did say that I would highlight all of my kids' first time. It was our first time at the emergency room this morning at Chalk Hospital. No. Little Miss Penny fell and hit her head, and so there was nothing wrong with her. She's fine, but we panicked. We're new parents. So doctor was like, she's fine. Take her home. So that was my morning. Anyways, that's it. Good night, everybody.
Is it somebody's birthday? Councilmember Fan's telling me to tell you.
Yes. My wife, it's her, not today. Her birthday is next week. And I just want to wish her a very happy early birthday. Thank you.
Is there anything else you want me to
Councilmember
express?
Fan.
Okay.
I love you, Kim.
Mayor Pro Tem, you want me to come back? I don't know what's happening tonight. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Really quick, I want to apologize for the name calling that was said earlier. I don't condone those words, especially with people, my guests. And I will have a conversation with any future guests, and I will try to be the best to be a gentleman and push that model that forward. So I do apologize for that name calling. If you come to speak at the dais, that's your First Amendment right. But as a guest, please be a gentleman or be a lady when you're invited. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I really appreciate that. Thank you very much. Councilmember Fan.
Well, first, I'd like to say thank you so much to staff and members of the community who came out to our 4th of July celebration at Centennial Park. It was truly wonderful to see families out there celebrating and really showing what it is to be American in this country, whether you're an immigrant like myself, you're Latino, Asian. I thought that was really wonderful to see the community come together. With that, I'd like to congratulate again Director Nabil Saba on a well-deserved retirement, his tireless dedication to the city of Santa Ana, and also his family's dedication, because they really had to put up with a lot to let him stay here. And finally, we'll see each other, well, we'll see all of you if you come to Memorial Park for National Night Out. I hope there are free hot dogs. Again, Chief, are there gonna be free hot dogs by the police department? All right, well, I'm expecting hot dogs, so please make it happen. And with that, have a wonderful night. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Councilman Becerra.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to echo what my colleagues said about Republic. I was very disappointed. While I appreciate the solidarity with our brothers and sisters in labor, they have a job to do, they being Republic, and they have a contract with us, and I hope that our staff does follow through in pursuing whatever credits they can for our residents. Things are expensive these days, and having trash piled outside and not getting credit for this inconvenience is they have to do better, and we've got to do better. Since we won't have another council meeting before the first Saturday in August, I'm going to be hosting my monthly community office hours on Saturday, August 2nd at 10 a.m. over at Adams Park. And I wouldn't say holiday, it should be, but July 17th will mark 136 years of the city of Santa Ana being selected by the voters of Orange County as the county seat. That means we're the capital of the county, and not because we say so, but because all of Orange County said so. So just keep that in mind, July 17th, a little pride knowing that Santa Ana is the capital because, again, we warranted it, the voters supported that. And so I also, too, want to thank Parks and Rec for the movie in the park over at Carl Thornton Park for Lilo and Stitch. I really appreciate that. And with that, good night, everybody.
Thank you. Councilman Hernandez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to also thank our city staff, each of the departments that are here for today's agenda. And I also want to echo the same sentiment that Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez shared. I don't support anybody coming into this chamber and using any language that is disrespectful to any of my colleagues. I don't condone name calling. I don't condone disrespectful language. No matter what our disagreements are, we should always treat each other with dignity and respect, regardless of our differences. So I want to be on the record that I don't condone language that dehumanizes my colleagues or the members of the public or our staff. I know that people show up to this council meeting and they're very passionate and they have a right to share their First Amendment, but I do want to implore the public to be respectful of this house. This is a house where we do the city's business and we want to treat it with that respect. I want to also uplift my first instance in the city, in my history of living here, of meeting a resident who was born in the city, and recently celebrated her 99th birthday. This resident that I have the honor of talking about was born and raised in my district of Ward 5. Her name is Eileen Constance Marcel. Her maiden last name is Faulkner. Her son was a chief of a fire department for Placentia and also worked here in Santa Ana over many years. She was born June 25th, 1926, graduated Santa Ana High School in 1944, and was raised on Freeman and Civic Center. I had the honor of attending her birthday party, and I want to thank the city manager's office and Sue Mills with the city manager's office for preparing a certificate of recognition. But I just really want to celebrate Miss Faulkner. 99 years of not only being born in Santa Ana, but living in Santa Ana throughout her whole life. This is the first time I've ever met a person that has spent their entire life in Santa Ana, and what a joyous and honorable occasion that was. And to the Marcel and Faulkner family, God bless you. Thank you for loving Santa Ana, and we love you back. Happy birthday.
Thank you. I don't need to say more about Republic, but I think you heard from all of us. We want to hear back. I am too disappointed. I heard from a business owner today that their bill's $500 a month, but yet their trash doesn't get picked up. So I have some very grave concerns. I also want to thank the city attorney. At the last meeting, she offered to meet with people that needed to better understand our city charter, how it works, who it is, the what, where, when, and how of our city government. And so I believe, Madam City Attorney, only 2 people took you up on that offer. Is that correct?
2 people responded. One never responded to our offer to actually meet, and we met with one.
Yeah, so thank you to the one that met. I think he's still in the room. And so thank you very much, because education is so important, and we welcome that. And so thank you. The other thing I want to share is that on August 2nd is my coffee with the mayor. I don't think we're going to have another meeting before then either, right? So August 2nd, I'm having coffee with the mayor at the zoo. It's always wonderful because we get to go to see the butterflies. They're my favorite. What? And they sell beer. I'm not going to offer people beer. I'm going to offer them coffee with the mayor and conchas, okay? Isn't it intolerable? You're so lucky. Okay, you're lucky I'm in a good mood tonight. Okay. So, and I'm going to, August 2nd from 10 to 12, so at the zoo. I also want to wish Hawk a happy birthday. I guess July 25th is going to be your birthday, Hawk? You're 21? 21, right? Hercules. All right. And on a serious note, this is why I really take this item that we discussed tonight, our ordinance, very seriously, because it's really important as a body up here that we continue to do the right things. And no, we're not always going to agree, but we are the policymakers up here. And I'm very concerned, Mr. City Manager and Madam City Attorney, we as in the entire council and you and the city attorney, we received 3 serious hostile work environment complaints today against Councilman Hernandez, potentially exposing the city and the council member to personal damages. I would like to ask the city attorney to review these complaints and advise on the process to investigate and handle these under the city ethics code or other legal processes that may apply. I am especially concerned because he has been investigated before and was found to have behaved inappropriately. What will it take to make sure he is not violating the law or employee rights? And we had a great meeting, I understand that, but I am not going to stay quiet when we all received emails today alleging hostile work environment, harassment. Families are afraid. They're afraid for their safety, for their children, for their home, because a particular councilman has placed on his social media, calling our officers terrorists and murderers and whatever it is else that is said here. And you can remove it, but there's always pictures that have been taken. And so it really opens up the city for serious litigation. And when it becomes a civil matter, I would hope that the city is not going to pay when a lawsuit occurs, because that is not our responsibility. It is up to each one of us individually, if we get sued civilly, to hire our own attorney and to take care of the matter ourselves. And so I'm very concerned that I've been here, this is my third year, and I've never received 3 emails from 3 different police officers who have filed complaints with HR and with this city. And so, Madam City Attorney, I do look to you and the city manager to guide us in this process, because it is very important to the city, to our constituents. We'll have to, if we get sued and we lose, we take it out of general fund, which takes away from services for our community. So I just want to leave it at that. And at the next meeting, I would like to hear from the city attorney and the city manager. Councilman Becerra, 2 seconds.
I apologize, Madam Mayor. Just, you reminded me of something, and thank you for bringing that up, because we did all receive those emails regarding Councilmember Hernandez. We have also received a lot of emails. You know, it's funny, because some of the people that come up and ask for due process are the same people that come up and demand that we, as a council, direct our city manager, or just they think maybe we can do it, to arbitrarily fire police officers. And again, the key word being due process. There is due process. I hate to put our chief on the spot, but I need to ask a question. We have 2 officers who we're receiving numerous emails about, demanding that we fire them, even though we cannot do that. Let's be clear, the council cannot do that. But what I need to ask you, Chief, just because for clarity, for everybody to hear the same thing, are those officers being investigated for the incident?
Yes, they are.
And one thing that was put out there in the public realm was that the situation was so bad that it warranted being investigated by the Attorney General. My understanding, and please correct me where I may go wrong, my understanding is that officer-involved shootings that don't involve a weapon from the other side, those go to the Attorney General's office automatically. Is that correct?
That is correct, and that's due to Assembly Bill 1506.
So Assembly Bill 1506 mandated that this incident that these folks are sending in their form-generated emails for, that incident is being investigated by the Attorney General as we speak.
That's correct.
And so do we, I don't know if you know, but do you have any update that you're able to provide that tells us when this investigation will be complete?
No, the Attorney General doesn't provide us with updates. I do understand they have a large timeline. Mm-hmm. It's been my understanding in speaking with other chiefs that it's anywhere between 2 to 3 years before they reach a conclusion.
Okay, but nonetheless, this matter is being investigated right now, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
So, Councilman Becerra, thank you so very much for asking that, because I know it was part of the issue. But I just want to be really clear. That is why, when it comes to this Police Oversight Committee, it is critical that those that sit on this Oversight Committee, that they're fair and impartial, and that our officers do not have to feel that they already are basically going to be fired and hang out to dry because a council member is attacking them on social media many times over. So with that being said, next meeting, Mr. City Manager and Madam City Attorney, I would like to hear, and I'd like you to share with the council what are the next steps and what is it that we need to do, whether it's the grand jury, whether it's a violation of the Code of Ethics, whatever it may be. We need to make sure this does not continue and that our officers can do their job and go through the process of whether it's an investigation by the Attorney General or an investigation by their IA, whatever the process is to hold them accountable or just to clear them. That's what I expect us to do, and we do it. And so our chief, as we said, we have a new chief and city manager and leadership who's doing a great job. And thank you, Madam City Attorney, for being part of that. And Madam Deputy City Manager and our current assistant city managers. But this is very serious. When we received 3 emails from 3 officers, they're all, suffering from anxiety and stress and claiming hostile work environment. And, one of them had indicated, his wife and children are afraid. And I take that very seriously because I know what that feels like. And none of us up here should have to feel that way. Nobody. And we've already had an incident with our Parks and Rec staff. So I would like it fully investigated and you bring back to us next city council meeting. Thank you very much. This meeting is adjourned.